Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the 2025-26 budget study session. Just get a couple things out of the way. What we're going to do is I have John and Zaid here now, and the others will be coming in at their spot. So what we'd like to do, guys, and John, you're up first, about 15 or 20 minutes of just the basics. We'd like to hit last year's budget, just the total numbers this year's, why it changed. And the reason is for the people to know also, we've had budget meetings last week, and some of us were in all of them. Some others were in most of them, and the others were in with that they're the liaison to. So they had also a chance to go over everything so far. And Teresa, thank you for everything you did last week. That was very helpful on how you arranged that and put that together. And what we're going to do tonight, once again. Now, before I get going, I want to just say something about our community. I've got to put this out because it was quite a job I saw today in real time. We had an issue at the school, at the high school today, and there was a threat. The police department was called, and Chief Carmack and his officers, they did an excellent job. And I want to say thank you to Audrey Kalis, her group that she had in the command center, and Dr. Carter. He is the principal of the high school. They did a phenomenal job in what you're supposed to do when they want to keep children and staff safe. I want to say thank you to them. Doug, thank you very much for what you did. Everything worked out well. But I was always taught you're not proud for yourself, but you can be proud for others. And I was really proud to see what they did in real time today. And it makes me feel good to know I'm a part of this community. So thank you all. All right, Chief Camilleri, why don't you start? Let's get moving here. And we'll have some questions probably when you're done, so around 15 minutes of it.
15 minutes. Okay. Thank
Let's
you,
go.
Joe. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Your first screen, you see the what we call the equipment fund for expenditures as to equipment. You can see the 24-25 allocation there, 355,437. You can see the allocation for this coming year is 378,470. That is attributable to the tax collection on property values. Okay, so that uptick of approximately $20,000, $23,000. There you go. The difference is the increase in tax revenues towards the equipment fund. Prior year resources, again, the sale of equipment, the 175, someone may ask, what is that? Well, that's the projected sale of the new aerial. When we have an aerial coming in, the old aerial is projected to be sold. We don't know the exact figure, but we're guesstimating 175 for the old aerial. So that's allocated in the final numbers. Expenditures, gas fluctuates, but we don't expect it to increase. Very modest increases, if you see any at all, on the expenditure differences. You can see all the slash marks, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay? We prepaid an ambulance for $340,000. That's the ambulance that's expected to come in August. We purchased that a year and 4 months ago. It's taking that much time to be delivered. We've only put $40,000 against a $382,000 purchase.
Could you say that again? I want to make sure.
The ambulance is expected to arrive in August, September. We haven't paid the balance for it. We owe $340,000.
That was what I need. Thank you.
That's right. Now the aerial we've already prepaid. 1.7 million. We got $100,000 off because we prepaid it. That is a industry-wide incentive. Whether you buy a truck from Pierce or Aerial, they're both providing prepay discounts. Okay. I usually talk a lot longer than I am given time allocated, so I'm going to go quickly. The next, let's say, screen, the summary. Fire department revenues, you can see 24-25. There's that $30,000 uptick in the SEVs incorporating into the tax revenues. Ambulance revenues, $200,000. That's a guesstimate that Teresa and I always deal with in a fluctuation. We outsource our billing services for the ambulance company. It used to be Acumed, now they were bought in November. I think it's EMS1, I believe, Teresa. Typically, it's around 200,000. Those will be our revenues that we generate for ambulance runs, 200,000. Sometimes it's 180, sometimes it's 220. All depends on collections, et cetera, et cetera. You can see the total at the bottom, 1.93 million. All right. Fire department revenues. The revenues is a equation of tax revenues plus the ambulance. There's the interest earned of $10,000. Scrolling down, now here are the fire operation expenditures. 24-25, you can see $149,000 difference between 24-25 and 25 and 26. We've added $17,000 onto full-time salaries. I can tell you the reason for that was, as you all know, I'm leaving the fire department, and the expectation is with the tight labor market, you're going to have to afford a new chief. You may have to pay a higher salary for that chief. It's just a possibility. It doesn't mean it's going to happen, all right? But we like to work transparent with the taxpayers, and so we put it there. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. It means that you could pay, all right? Now, a decrease in the part-time salaries. Again, I think you're going to see as you scroll through this entire sheet, modest increases, and you may even see decreases. The largest increase you see are things related to the growth in the fire department. For example, you see $10,000 more. Again, it's not a promise that there's going to be $10,000 more in the HSA. That'd be 721.001. But because we have doubled the size of the fire department, we have an expectation that we may have more costs in that column. And you can see the same for uniforms. I proposed a $11,000 increase, and the reason for that is we went from 15 employees up to 30. So again, transparency with the board. It's my expectation that your uniforms are going to increase. Same thing with the, let's say, the firefighter retirement plan. An increase is going to occur because the demands on the fire department are requiring more employees. But if you see overall at the bottom, the operations expenditures only increased 4.64%. That's a very modest increase in expenditures. Page 2. You're right, Tree. Thank you. If you scroll page 2 of the operation expenditures, you know, we even see decreases here. We have a 1.79% increase on this page. So overall, I think the fire department, in terms of its expenditures, are very much in control. And, expenditures seem to be in control and not getting away from what the board would expect in expenditures. Everything seems to be very modest. If we scroll down, fire department ambulance revenue is $200,000. It could be more, it could be just slightly less. Again, Teresa and I and my predecessors were constantly dealing with a curve that goes up or down over or under $200,000.
Excuse me. Okay.
As you scroll further, ambulance operating expenses. Again, as you scroll down, a 0% increase. We had decreases. We had very modest increases. The largest would be medical supplies. Medical supplies, the cost for medical supplies is 1.5 times the rate of inflation. So if inflation's, 3.5, medical supplies are going up 6, 7, 8%. So anything medical, right? We all know that. And, the fire department was able to increase modestly and decrease in other columns, which is why we see a 0% increase in our budget. And really, is a summation of our entire plan for the year.
Ask you, anybody else? Hold on.
Can I just,
Go
before
right
we
ahead.
get questions, one thing, Johnny,
Mhm.
what we're asking for some of the people that weren't there, do you have the number, and maybe you just didn't add it up for right now, the total budget for this year with everything included? The total budget, did you add all your different,
1.2 million.
and last year's budget, do you have last year's budget of the total?
I would say it's right about the same thing, 1.2 million. We have very, very modest increases in our budget from year to year.
For those who weren't there, I just getting the totals from each department.
And if we have to recall, 200,000 of that is from our ambulance services. It's not tax revenue.
Yeah, I know what you're saying,
Yeah.
not from millage.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
right.
very good. I'm sorry, Mark, to interrupt you, I just wanted to get this out before we start questions. Go
No
ahead,
worries.
sir.
Question, so the ambulance revenues, I see you have them under for 24, 25, is 200,000. Do we know what the 23, 24 was, what the difference was between the two? Is there a progressive?
I did see it the other day. It was at $180,000, I believe it was.
180, so it's
Yeah.
going, so you're anticipating it'll go up?
I'm sorry?
Received like 5 years worth of history as part of your packet.
Okay, so it's gonna be back up in here, all right, I got you.
Behind each Excel sheet is
All right, I understand,
your history for the revenue and expenditure.
and I apologize for that, I see it now, I missed it going through it earlier, all right, I got you. And just so I understand the fire department a little bit better myself, we're going back to, I'm gonna go back to the salaries. We have one full-time, which is the chief, correct?
Two. Myself and the fire marshal.
Oh, the fire marshal, okay. So and you guys are both in the 167 then?
That is
Both your
correct.
salaries are correct, or added up into that?
That is correct.
Okay,
We're both in the 145.
Mark, so you know, nothing has been set in stone, what they did. I don't know if you were, I don't think you were here on the fire department budget
No, I
that we
missed
went
it.
over.
I missed it.
So they have suggestions to the board for the possibility of what the new chief and if there's a new fire marshal or not, we don't know. But there will be a new chief. So that was just placed in the budget, okay, in case we decide what we're going to do. And the board decides that. So I just want to make sure you're clear.
okay, no worries.
Okay, good?
No, I'm good on that, and then you were talking about part-time. So you talking about all the, are we talking, are they call them part-time firefighters or volunteer? I mean, I saw,
Part-times, you would include 2 admin, but incorporated into that is the volunteers.
Okay.
They get costs associated to them for
Okay.
healthcare, et cetera.
all right,
Yeah, very good.
I'm good for now, thank you, I'm good for now, thank you.
Questions
Yes,
for-
Really quick. I'm sorry, Jameson, did you say something?
No, I do have one, but I can wait.
No, you go ahead.
So I see, and tell me if I'm misinterpreting this. Page 1, property taxes. You have $378,000 in revenue, $500 in interest earned, $175,000 in the sale of equipment, and then you have $1.7 million in prior year resources. So right now, the department's revenue is only about $600,000. Is that correct?
Into the equipment millage fund.
Okay. And it shows the total expenditure of $2.2 million.
Correct.
So that would imply the department is running a $1.5 million deficit, would it not?
Was that for the truck, John?
Yeah, the truck and
It's a
prepaying the
prepaid
ambulance.
asset. So in
Okay.
the accounting world, it's considered an asset, so,
the prepaid.
because we
Liability.
prepaid it.
Mm-hmm.
And that right there is just the equipment fund, so he's got village for equipment and then
Mhm.
he's for operations. So 375, 378 is just his property tax for the or for the equipment and others for operation.
Okay. Yeah, I see the operations one. I don't see like a summary sheet like the other one has. Maybe I'm just missing it.
Scroll down one, John. One more.
What number is
There you go.
that one right there?
So there's his revenue
Oh,
from
okay.
the two operational villages. It's jumping around pretty good.
John, yeah.
John, what are you doing over there?
I got it on my screen.
Moving on
Okay.
its own.
Step
I'm-
away
So then you
from it.
have.
I'm
Getting
trying
me
to give
see-
it mental telepathy to stand still.
Oh, you get,
Got 1 little over 1.9, about $2 million
getting
for
seasick.
operations, and then 375
What?
for equipment.
And then what the department normally does is it banks the equipment fund, so it doesn't have to take out a bond. It actually
Okay.
saves money and then purchases. So you'll see that capital coming in, the capital reserves coming in to fund that capital.
So the prior year resources being used are just in that operating or the equipment fund then.
In this one, yes,
So
correct.
I just want to make it's otherwise it's solvent.
Yeah, and actually he's got a little bit more tax revenue than he does actually of expenditures and operations. So he's actually got a little bit of a fund balance he's
Okay.
adding to an
He
operation.
just saves up before he buys the equipment until he gets to where he needs to be.
All right.
In equipment, but he's also got a little bit
More revenue and operations too than he does of expenditures. So solvency, yes.
All right.
In August, I think.
Bill had, I'm sorry, Bill or Margaret, I'm sorry. which-
Bill has a question.
Okay. Go ahead.
Am I next?
You're next.
Okay. John, you are careful to explain that the budget goes this way and that way, and, so the expenditures go. So there's always uncertainties. Is there anything in this budget that's a little bit shaky that might just go on you unexpectedly? And if so, do you have a reserve to cover that? That's my question.
I do not expect revenues to go at all. I mean, I do not expect expenditures to go at all. As you can see, the budget of the fire department is very straightforward. It's not, there are not a lot of line items in our budget. I expect tax revenues to come in and be allocated to the fire department. I don't expect any surprises. It's just the nature of people paying their taxes. They pay them to the treasury, and they get allocated to the fire department. And as long as the fire department does its job by making calls, everything is balanced. Our expectations are met, and the results are the Groseville residents continue to vote in favor of our millages. And that's what it's all about for me on the fire department, is performance and investment in our community. And our community responds all the time to the fire department.
Thank you.
And that's really what it comes down to. No
All right.
excuses.
Margaret.
So it's not really a question, but I'm going to guess that Michelle will have the breakdown of the market increases for the salaries. But I just want to put this out there because we are going to have something similar, and ours is not yet in our line items. But having done a lot of research on this, specifically for police, but you guys were included in that, public safety in general, and I know, I'm just putting it out there. As you said, there is a very big gap with regard to finding officers and firemen, et cetera. And there is a lot of infighting with the downriver areas for people right now. And there's a lot of money to be had in bigger communities. And we do have a draw here as well, being Groseville, and, but at the same time, you can't eat benefits, you can't eat a community, the money is what you're coming for. So, I just want to point out that I think it's in my opinion, what you're asking for is valid.
Well, we're in a little different situation though, because those funds are more so when we go to hire someone. John's leaving, so I told John, you're not getting a raise, right? You're leaving us. And so those aren't built-in merit increases. Now, the fire marshal would have the normal built-in one.
But if he were leaving, what I'm trying to explain is, you would have, in my opinion, I feel that you should have received an increase, is all I'm getting at. I've looked at a lot of downriver information, at a lot of stations for fire and police. And all I'm saying is I support you.
I'll tell you, you're very much right. You can go to Wyandotte Hospital right now, and in the EMS room, there are advertisements for
Postings,
$70,000
Right.
starting
right.
for firefighters. 70,000. Yeah,
Please.
you saw one probably. So you're right. You're right. There is a big competitive market out there, and other municipalities are paying. Dedicated pensions are coming back to lure firefighters and police officers into these jobs. And when I saw 70,000 to start,
Right.
I went, wow.
I'm concerned. I just put it that way. I have a lot of concerns. That's why I did a lot of homework on this one.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And thank you. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Johnny. Any other questions for the fire chief? We
I just
good?
want
Oh,
to just
I'm
touch
sorry.
on, I'm sorry. So you're talking about $70,000, you're talking for a firefighter to start somewhere? Is that what you're talking about?
You can go in there and they're trying to lure them in to Canton for 70 grand.
That's a full-time firefighter, though?
That's a full-time firefighter.
Okay, so it's a little bit different situation than what we have here, correct?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that. See, here's the thing. Our firefighters are not career, but they are full-time. They're 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Okay.
They have to respond. As I said, to me, performance is everything. If the call goes off, you got to get out the door. So the calls keep coming. They come 24 hours a day, and we have to ensure that these firefighters are readily available. Firefighters at career departments, they go home. They don't have to make any calls once they leave that parking lot.
Mhm.
Tonight, Bob, I, and a handful, if not all of them, will be prepared to leave their houses at 2 a.m. The other night, I went on 4 calls and then
At
went
the
right
same
back
time
to
today,
work at
right?
8 a.m. So I was working 24 hours. And so was Bob, and so was all these other fine firefighters. So there's a perception gap, and I understand where you're coming from. But the reality is, Groseville residents get sick, fall, break bones 24 hours a day.
Of course.
All right, thank you,
Trying to
John.
get the clarification from you,
Yeah,
that's all.
yeah,
That's
no,
all I was
but
asking.
you're
All
right.
right, we're
And
all
there's
set.
a balance there. You're right. Yeah. Okay,
You good?
I'm good. I got a meeting to go to.
Oh, all right, good luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Zaid, you are up, sir.
Bye, Bob.
Zaid, is it different than what we met about and you gave me? Okay, I have one if that's okay. I mean, I don't mean to waste. Oh, no, go ahead, give me a fresh one then. That's fine, thank you. In case there's something changed, you never know.
So what Zane has and what you were emailed on the same.
Oh, then I don't
Oh.
need one. I'm good.
Yeah, that has changed from the email?
Yeah, I'm
No, it
good.
hasn't.
Then I'm set.
I am too.
You had it all day long.
Yeah.
Were you out of your house? Were you here all day? Were you doing it at your?
Thank you, Dave.
Yep.
Yeah.
Today I did.
All right, sir, thank you.
My pasture really got nailed.
Right. Good evening, everybody. All right, so I know there's a decent amount of pages in my department. We just have a lot of different aspects that pertain to this department, but we'll start with our community block grant. It's the same as the previous year. Every year we receive $20,000 that we use for senior transportation and then senior citizen activities. Senior transportation, it just helps with paying for our driver and different things along those lines. And then the senior activities would be our senior luncheons that we do quarterly. And then we have Centennial Farm summary of revenues and expenditures. We have our cell tower income, our rent income, and other income. And then you see our operating and maintenance costs. And then I'll go, after these summaries, I'll go and maybe a little more into depth to anything that changed. All right, so page 4, Centennial Farm. There is a new line item this year. It was dog park fees. When I was going back through the numbers, I had realized that the money we were collecting, the $10 per resident to use our dog park at the Centennial Farm, was not being collected by the rec department. I'm not sure what fund it was going into, but Teresa and I were able to fix that. Cell tower lease, you see there's a little bit of an increase just with AT&T and T-Mobile. And then you see our interest earned, and then our rent income is stayed the same as before. And then you see the farm activity room and pavilions. That is
Dave,
just,
Do
yes.
you mind if I ask questions throughout?
Sure, go ahead.
That way we're all kind of on the
Yeah.
same page. So the rent income,
Mm-hmm.
I understand, is Luton's farm,
Yes.
but that's got to be several other renters to reach 35 grand in revenue, right?
Yeah, so it's the other one I was mentioning is a farm activity room and pavilions. It's when people rent those buildings for events.
Okay.
Yes, so
And-
the activity and then the pavilion at Centennial Farm.
Let's see, I'm trying to see the Centennial Farm sheet here. Did we actually make 35 grand in total rents in 23 or 24?
If I can get to that real quick. Hold on.
Oh, it's on the back, isn't it, Zaid?
Yes, it should be on the back.
It's on the back of, oh, you got it in front
like
and back.
page 6.
Yeah, you saved some paper. It should be on 6, isn't it, Zaid?
Yes, it should be.
I know.
So we made $12,215 in renting the people renting the rec building and the pavilion.
Okay.
Yes, it's mostly birthday parties and graduation parties.
So that's
things
probably pretty accurate then.
yeah.
Okay.
So I have a question on that one too.
Yes.
What is the cell tower division between the rec department, the police, and the fire? How much do they each get again in terms of percentages?
Well, I think it's the facilities, so the cell towers behind the post office, I believe, go to the Centennial Farm. The cell towers behind public safety go to public safety.
Oh, is that how it works?
I think that's what the split is.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question back to the rent income.
Yes.
So, fun fact, Margaret used to have a horse and show and whatnot. So when I'm looking at this, 1,900 per month, what does that entail? So that's 2 barns,
Yes.
outdoor ring, indoor ring. The indoor ring is heated unless it doesn't work any longer.
Yes.
I can't remember how many stalls are on in the inside, but then you've got the red barn,
Yep.
multiple pastures, and we'll call it an apartment, but it's like a little house, in my opinion. I mean, it
Yes.
was,
Behind the animal shelter.
yeah. So that 1,900 per month covers all of that,
Yes.
and who negotiated that?
That was before my time, and the contract was negotiated without an escalator clause as well.
When is the contract up?
The end of 2027.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
He had horses too, Margaret, and I don't know if I heard that was that it was subsidized more than anything because we wanted the Centennial Farms to have the horses out there, but it is extremely low.
Yeah.
Yeah, as a person who showed in a big show barn, multiple barns, we need to really look hard at that when that comes up.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely something we'll be looking at
Yeah.
in the future. That was, I believe, negotiated a couple years before my time.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it was the previous board
Yes.
in a split decision.
I'm just saying, I just know. Yeah, we need to look at it.
Yeah, definitely. All right, let's move on to expenditures. Cable and internet stayed the same. Our insurance bonds went up 9.87%. Electricity went up a little bit.
Are you on 5? I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm on
on
a
page
paper,
5,
not
yes.
the computer.
Yeah, page 5.
Okay.
Natural gas went down a little bit just relative to the previous year. Water stayed the same, and then maintenance and repairs I leveled out at 40,000. And our reserve for capital improvements is at 40,000. There's some things that we need to do there as far as replacing the windows in the red barn. In the contract with Luton, there is a stipulation that we purchase a shed for him to store grain and different things. That was in the contract. We're replacing the insulation in the actual arena as well. It's very rough. It's been eaten up by birds and different things like that. So we're going to be most likely spray foaming it and then covering it with like thin metal So that way just birds and animals can't get into the insulation in general, because it was just kind of open air before. And then we have $15,000 just put in there for future improvements. All right.
Zeta, there's no operating transfer in on Centennial Farms, is there? It's operating straight off its own.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, I'm on page 7 now. Community Recreation Department summary. You can see the golf course, marina, pool, recreation department, Island Fest, and Water's Edge Complex revenues, and then the expenditures as well. And you see it's 1.385 million balanced, and then from the previous year it was $1.309 million, so a 5.79% increase. So on page 8, I'm on golf course revenues. You have your pro shop sales tax, that just a $12 difference. Pro shop merchandise, I raised a little bit because of concessions. We just sold a little bit more. Daily green fees, I kept the same. Our league fees, I dropped a little bit just relative to last year. We didn't make as much as we anticipated last year with our league fees. Unlimited golf stayed the same. Family passes, and then the big one is the range balls. Our golf course, our range at the golf course was utilized a lot in the previous year, so we raised the revenues for that. Junior golf, you see, got X'd out. That's because that cost is now in our general youth fund, so that's not in the actual golf revenues fund. Power carts went up a little bit just relative to usage, same with pull hand carts. And then gift certificates stayed the same. And then as far as expenses, salaries went up a little bit. When I did the numbers last year for our part-time salaries, it was a little bit of a guess just relative to what the number would be. But it was kind of an educated guess because for not just our pro shop staff, our lifeguards as well, I kind of did market research and wanted to see what the pay was, relative pay was for lifeguards and pro shop staff, and I kind of bumped the pay up relative to that, so we had, quality employees. So this new line item kind of encompasses that, and that's what it is. We have 36,500. You see FICA and workers' comp. Supplies we did drop, or we increased to 6,000 just because there's things we need to purchase for the golf course that need to be replaced that weren't purchased in previous years. Flag poles, replacing certain things on the greens, different things like that. Sand and topsoil went down a little bit. We don't need as much. Range ball stayed the same. Equipment rental, seed, sod fertilizer. Maintenance and repairs dropped a little bit just relative to what we used last year. And then we have an operating transfer out of $47,108. All right, page 12. So
Change your
go ahead.
your mojo there. Just hit all the main issues on each page. I know you got a lot of pages to get through.
Okay, no worries.
That's all right. No, I'm just.
So the marina revenues, you can see transient dockage, we bumped up a little bit. Summer dockage and winter storage went up, and that's just relative to me raising the prices of our marina because it was grossly under market value before my time. So we raised it relative to the relative marinas around the area, and these are the relative numbers.
Same with storage, you said, correct?
Yes, winter
was
storage
lower
and summer.
areas?
Yeah, much lower. Yeah, so.
Thank you.
All right, page 14, we have our expenses. We have our supplies expense, just rounded off to 500. Porta potty rental went up 500 just relative to pricing for porta potties. Maintenance and repairs dropped. We just don't need as much in there for specific work. Independent contractors. 16. Our pool fees, that was one thing that dropped. Just the number that we had, we didn't hit that number last year, so I wanted to be a little more conservative for revenue, so I had dropped that to 8,500. Unlimited pool passes and swim lessons stayed the same. Pool special events we took out, that was at 500, and then concessions we raised, or actually we kept the same. Pool rentals we dropped because we just didn't have as many pool rentals last year, and I wanted to be conservative. Pool fitness, water aerobics is at 3,000 from 1,000 previous, and then you have an operating transfer in of $50,300.
Zaid, could you real quick, I'm sorry, so we don't have to ask at the end.
Yeah.
You had a couple of operating transfer ins. Could you explain just to the rest of the board who hasn't been on these budget meetings, maybe, or this is the first one?
Teresa, do you want to explain? Yeah, might be able to explain a little better.
So in the recreation fund, there are 6 departments. So the transfers in and transfers out that you see in each of these departments are actually intra-fund transfers, not other funds, not to the general fund, not any place else, but certain departments have more revenue than expense. Other departments have more expenses than revenue, and so it's showing, those transfers are showing how much is used from certain departments to help other departments. And that's what that little summary, the little summary is on the first page.
All within the recreation
And
department.
it's all, yeah, right.
And the recreation department as an entity balances across all 6 accounts.
I just wanted the rest of the board to.
Last year when we did the budget review, that was before my first summer, and we raised hourly wages for our lifeguards and swim teachers, and now this year reflects what that is at 36,000. You see FICA, workers' comp, supplies and concessions. We dropped 1,000 just relative to what we spent. Maintenance and repairs. So that dropped a lot. I just want to touch on this real quick. When I came on board about a year and a half ago, there was a lot of things that needed to be repaired that were just kind of, to put it bluntly, kind of neglected for many years. And a big thing was fixing up the pool, the pump house, the lining, the lights. Our pump house was in a situation where it was like we were told it was barely even operable, which means there's no chlorine coming into the system. It could be hazardous. So there's a lot of things that we needed to fix. And essentially why it's so much lower this year is because we don't have to do as many fixes this year. So yes, they've been done. Some of the things were fixed previously, but a lot of it was kind of like Band-Aids where we really needed to fix the issue completely and do it right. So that's where you see this drop in the maintenance and repairs, and you'll probably see that in other funds too, or in other pages and parts of this department. Chemicals dropped a little bit just relative to what we spent. Permits stayed the same, and then we have a reserve for capital improvements for $22,500.
Is that related to the bathhouse update, or is there any particular thing you're reserving for capital improvements, or just?
I believe we put that in there to balance the budget, correct? Yes.
Okay. So that's just where the Rex additional fund balance is hanging out.
Yes, some of it,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
All right, so I'm on page 20 now.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
What is permits and monitoring?
Permits are like pool permits with Eagle, so that we can run the pool and we're doing everything up to code. They come out and check the water, different things like that. So permits for that kind of stuff.
Okay, thank you.
All right, page 20, you see our property taxes. It's just a slight increase, 0.95% from the previous year. Special and cultural events dropped a little bit just because relative to what we had in the previous year. Aerobics, same as well, what we were making off of it. That's basically just like our yoga classes and our jazzercise and different things like that. So our van service, that is one thing you see here. We had 15,000 and then we have 20,000 or 2,095. So 2,095 is from our fare box, but we actually get money each year from Smart. And I had reached out to Smart about this, and Teresa and I caught this. They actually do owe us money, and we're looking to fix that. They just seem to have forgotten, I guess, but to give us the money we were.
They just forgot.
Yeah, so I reached out to them. We hadn't gotten a payment since January of 2024, so they owe us a couple of payments for that. So I believe that probably will change in the future for van service. It usually comes out to
Good catch.
the smart funding. Do you know the relative number? It's probably about 11,000, I believe, or 12,000 for the
That
smart
was up to
fund.
12.
Yeah, I think it's about 12,000. We got them in 3 checks last year, I believe, from Smart.
No, but he's asking, how much do you think they owe?
Oh, they probably owe, I mean, at this point, 12,000,
Yeah. Is that
probably.
what you're asking,
Yeah,
Bill?
12,000.
Okay.
It's been over a year, so, yeah.
So we're supposed to get payments quarterly.
That's what, yeah, quarterly for it.
Last quarter we received was for September of
2020, I thought it was January 2024.
That's when we got the check.
That's when we got the check, yes, correct.
I've got a meeting coming up with them.
Okay.
I'll ask.
Sounds good. All right, and then you see the next line, summer camps. That's one thing we brought back this previous summer. It had been non-existent for a couple of years, and we had budgeted 25,000, but we actually made roughly 30,000 in the previous year. So that's, you just see the change in that. General youth, you see a jump up in that. That is just our increase in youth enrichment. Basically, our after-school programming has taken a massive jump due to help from our Recreation Commission and different things like that. And, you know, just planning. And on top of that, our summer camps as well and different things that we were planning in the department. So that's kind of where that number comes from our revenues and that jump in general youth. Same thing with general adult and seniors, just art classes and different things and various adult classes that we have now. Interest earned, you see 4,000, and then there's an operating transfer in of $874. Page 22, expenditures. So you see our salary for part-time and regular, the jump from that, 11,000. And then salaries for full-time regular, you see a jump of 12,000. Overtime stayed the same. Uniform allowances to our 2 maintenance workers, they each get $1,000 a year for our full-time maintenance workers for uniforms.
Is this, so the employees on this, because this is one thing that always comes up for debate, and this is probably before your time, is like which rec employees fall under which departments and how they're
So that
budgeted.
is one thing that last year we fixed. When we were doing the budget, there was a lot of people being paid out of the wrong funds.
Okay.
But salary, part-time, regular would be including Gail, working in the office under 29.75 hours. And then that's also including our maintenance, I believe our maintenance staff, too, is it?
The maintenance is in full-time,
But the part-time maintenance, the seasonal workers.
is the van driver,
Yes.
and Scott.
Scott, yes. Our
Okay, so
Meals
you
on
have a
Wheels
van driver and a part-time maintenance worker for the summertime.
We have
under
a-
part-time salaries plus Gail.
plus Gail, yes.
Okay, and then the full-time salaries are you and Ash, correct?
That would be me, Ash, Brian, and Ashley.
That's contractual, though, raises.
Yes,
And
that's
those,
correct.
the 2 you mentioned, Brian and Ashley, are maintenance workers,
Yes,
correct?
they're full-time maintenance workers.
Under a contract. Those are under a
Yes,
contract.
they're union contracts, yeah.
And over the years, the recreation department has gone through various allocations of personnel expense across all accounts. And then it's been consolidated into recreation, and then it's been spread across all accounts. And now we're back to consolidating it all under recreation. So that was the decision of previous boards that they wanted to see it that way. Previous boards before that had spread it all across all the accounts. So we're just in that time period now where it's all in rec.
And I think it makes sense. I mean, if you had a golf course maintenance technician, I think it would make sense to put them under golf course. But if your maintenance technician also goes over to Centennial Farms and the pool and Water's Edge and everything else, then
Yeah.
he or she's a rec employee then, right?
Hence why you see like our pro shop staff is under the golf expenditures.
Yeah, I think this alignment makes a lot of sense.
Hey, Zay, did I miss it? Did you say about the 100% increase on the overtime? Am I reading that right?
Oh, no, it's,
709.
No, that's a 0.
it should be 0, yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's a 0. I didn't catch that either.
That's okay. So we just need to fix that on the
Yeah.
page?
Yes.
That's
Okay.
actually a 0.
Okay.
After uniform allowance, you see FICA, health insurance, medical insurance, all of those, all the way down to our workers' comp, and then supplies. The one thing I did change was I added more into supplies, just relative to what I felt we needed from the previous year, what we spent. Bank charges stayed the same, and postage stayed the same. Page 23, we have gas and oil. Dropped that down to 2,000, just relative to what we spent last year. Independent contractors, we took this line out. It's just not something we needed. The 3,000 we took out. Auditing fees stayed the same. Legal fees went up just a little bit. Admin expenses went up $124. Special and cultural events, just things we're purchasing, entertainment, equipment, food, different things went up. With that, just to make sure, again, just relative to what we felt we spent last year and what we would need. Aerobics dropped from the 5,000 that we had budgeted the previous year to 1,000, just again, relative to what we had the previous year and the numbers we had. And then general youth, you see it here. That is the jump up just from a large reason for that is the pay of instructors. Most of our instructors make we have a 70-30 split, so they make 70%, we take 30%, because we're essentially just taking registrations and promoting the programs. They're the ones running those said programs, so that's why you see that jump up. But it is relative to, like I said, the amount of classes we have. That's why we have many more classes than we had in previous years. Page 24. General athletics, balls, first aid, different things. I just dropped that about 500. We don't have to buy as much stuff this year that we did last year. I had to kind of replenish new things for camps. Promotion I did raise. That's just the cost of everything kind of going up for printing, advertising, and signage. Maintenance and repairs to the facility we have at 15,000. Moved up 3,000. And then vehicle maintenance, just relative to last year, I just dropped that 2,500. And then memberships and dues stayed the same. Education and training stayed the same. And then conferences and workshops all stayed the same as the previous year. Page 25. You have the reserve for capital improvement, not there. Equipment purchase, not there. You have your Township Code Red app, and then your no operating transfer out there. All right, page 27 for Island Fest. I had dropped food and concessions for revenues just relative to last year, dropped 2,000. Fundraising events stayed the same. Carnival rides went up, and again, that's just relative to what we made in the previous year at the carnival, and that's the same for alcohol sales in that as well, going up $5,000. Exhibitor fees stayed the same, and then so did our sponsorships. Then Island Fest expenditures, we removed that supplies fund because it kind of, we have miscellaneous expenses that supplies fund kind of goes into anyways. Entertainment is about 35,000, staying the same. VIP area dropped just relative to what we made or what we spent last year on the VIP area. Promotion went up a little bit, just again, kind of the same reason why. The department promotion, our actual.
You zoom in a little.
Yeah, no problem. Let me. Oh. There we go. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm good. I'm thinking about all these other folks on the board with me.
It's so rude.
That was so nice of you.
So promotion went up 500 just to relative to the market. Miscellaneous expenses just for supplies, trash bags, and different things like that. I raised that just for things that we would need for Island Fest. Equipment rentals went up just because, porta potties and cleaning and tents and tables, the prices of all that stuff have gone up in the last year. Special events. So it's up $5,000. Last year we had a drone show that cost $15,000. This year fireworks cost $20,000. So that is the increase. Then you see this reimbursement to other departments for the police department and Department of Public Services. That stayed the same.
Yeah, I think that started what year? Last year, the year before? So I'm
I don't know.
pretty opposed to Island Fest paying the police and public services and fire department to attend Island Fest, especially considering the little amount of money it is for those departments that have much larger funds. So proportionately, it costs Island Fest much more. And they really do like a good job of taking care of our public safety and public service personnel that come out to these events, who get free meals and other free entitlements. So I think that it's kind of a black eye to make rec pay for that. It started 2 years ago, and I would honestly like those line items removed.
Yeah, but you know what? At the same time, all the departments pay the township hall a certain percentage of their budget for the stuff that town hall does. So it's kind of even, right? Than if the police have to bring in more police or hire or pay overtime or stuff to reimburse them for that.
You know what we're gonna do, we'll talk on that. There's some, line items that we went over that are already,
The police already have a line item
Yeah,
to fund
so
Island
we'll
Fest.
talk about
So
that.
they're double dipping.
Okay, they're not really double dipping.
well-
They've chosen to support Island Fest, and then the rec department is giving them funds. But let's be very clear on how low on staffing that they are. So I don't think that this is a black eye. I don't think that's, I wouldn't phrase it that way. It almost seems like you're implying that the police or DPS is grifting from them.
I'm not saying police and DPS is. I'm saying the individual who made these line items get inserted into this budget 2 years ago is.
I'd like
Okay.
to suggest we talk about.
here's what we're gonna, yeah, let's do this. Here's what we're gonna do. This is something we definitely need to talk about. We saw some line items we need to talk about, and these are definitely some of the issues, and I have no problem opening up dialogue on it.
Can we go back to the comment that he called us old?
Okay, well, that's okay.
Well,
That
Joe, when
didn't,
can
that
we
didn't
talk
cost
about
any
this?
money.
Joe?
Yes, sir.
When do you
Wasn't a
wanna open
budgeted
dialogue on this? Meeting?
I didn't hear you.
When are we gonna open up dialogue on this, another meeting, because I have some stuff I'd like to say.
Yeah,
too, but I
yeah,
mean, I don't
we'll
have to
do
say it now.
that. We will talk ourselves and we'll get together.
Okay.
And I will do it by email, or we'll do things that way, but we need to do it before.
Doing a good job.
Teresa has her, budget, public budget hearing, where we're gonna vote the night of our, regular meeting.
Okay.
Isn't that correct?
The public hearing will be at the March 10th meeting.
Yeah.
The final vote on the 25-26 budget will be at the March 24th meeting.
Gotcha, that's the meeting after.
So we're gonna get
Thank you.
together within the next 5 days and go over this as a board?
It doesn't have to be a final budget by the time we have a public hearing.
Okay.
So I think the implication would be that we would have discussions with sub-quorums to come to agreement between individuals that represent different
Okay, that's
departments.
fine.
I think if we were going to do that, though, we probably should have already done that before, going down this path that you just went down. And I don't know who this person was 2 years ago that put the line item on there. I didn't even know this line item existed, so I haven't had time to talk to Chief Carmack about this, but I could have sworn he told me that they didn't like to charge other departments, that, I had suggested, hey, when when Ross's group does Island Glow and all the other events where we have staff come out and support that, he did not want to bill anybody. So I don't
I
like.
All right,
agree with
hold on.
I agree
I get
with
it. I get what you guys are saying. Right now, let's move on with Zaid, and what we're gonna do is we have no choice but to talk about this, and we will. I promise you that.
All right.
Yeah, no, I promise you. Anything that we're gonna debate, we're gonna talk about.
Yeah, and what
That won't be an
Teresa-
issue.
What Teresa and I can do
Yeah.
during this meeting is if there's any unresolved issues that we need to discuss, we can put that list together and figure out how best to address those.
Yeah, and we'll address it. I have no problem with that.
Okay.
Is that fair? Anybody?
Fair.
Good. All right, go ahead, Zaid.
All right, so let's move, hold on.
Zaid, what page are we on after all of that?
Just
So we're moving to
make this
31.
small real quick.
33.
33?
No. No, where are we at, Zaid? I'm
That's the
sorry.
last page.
No, I went,
I'm not listening to Joe.
We're not on 33, eh?
here we go.
31.
31,
Go to 31, Zaid. I'm
We're
telling
hoping
you.
for 33.
right here.
On page 31.
I'm positive this time.
Yes. All right, so we have Water's Edge Complex revenues. Restaurant lease, we have 36,000. Then for the rent, gas and electric, liquor liability insurance, we pay the liquor liability, and then the Tipsy Fish pays us back. And the rent for this year and then the next year will be the same, but in years 4 and 5, there is a 3% escalator clause built into the contract for the rent. All right,
Now,
page 33.
yes, sir.
Expenditures. We have maintenance and repairs. We have 31,000, and that just jumped up just relative to some other little things we might want to be doing, some painting, updating the bathrooms, and updating some doors at the restaurant as well. Telephone has dropped from 8,500 to 5,000. Insurance and bonds went up. Electrical went up. Natural gas and then water stayed the same. And then our computer network did go up just because we are switching to a new software system, and we did have to pay a fee to start up with Civic Plus. But then after that fee, it's going to be the relative same cost as our previous software system, but a much better version, much easier for citizens to use and for us to keep track of everything. A lot of things on in-house and on the computer that we can do that we couldn't do before.
Dave, if I'm understanding you correctly, there's an installation charge of some sort.
Yes,
And that's
correct. Just like a startup cost with it, yes. Then you have your equipment purchase. We're going to be having to purchase 2 new computers because we have 2 out-of-date computers that we need to replace. And that is
All right,
it.
sir. Before we get questions, I have one thing I'm asking all the managers at the end. If I'm reading the right lines and adding the numbers correctly, but it's already on there, we're looking at about a $75,000 difference from last year's budget. Is that correct?
I believe it's actually 80,000.
Oh,
But
I gave you
relative-
5. Okay.
I can actually tell
I
you
only-
right now.
Yeah, I only found 75, but that's,
Oh no, you're right. 75,000. 765.
That's correct.
I just want to make sure every budget that we go over tonight for the rest of the board, we have that bottom line number of difference.
Yes.
Very good, sir. All right, is there any questions?
I have one.
Yes, sir.
On page 14, I think it's 14. It is 14. You have the insurance and bonds with a note under there, ocean marine liability. Is that because it sits here on the Detroit River waterway? You need something different than if you were on a lake in the middle of the state?
Yes. Well, that just wasn't being included in that certain fund line the previous years. So
Have it,
I believe we did have it before, but it was just not in that line
not
item.
itemized.
Yeah.
Ocean Marine just the name of the insurance company, or is it?
No, it's a type of,
descriptive?
it's a type of liability exposure. When you're dealing with international waterways, it's a whole different game than if you're on Houghton Lake up in the middle of
Yes.
the state.
Oh, really? So it's more?
Big deal difference.
So we did have it, but it was just, I'm not exactly sure what line item it was under, but Teresa and I did fix it, and we just put it into that line item to clean things up.
Thank you.
Yes.
So one more really quick one.
Yes.
About the restaurant lease. How long is that period of time?
5-year lease.
Okay, so there's no change to the lease. Like, so for instance, that's our liquor license, right? And we they adopted it in a sense, right? Whatever the
Yes.
terminology is for that. So we don't get any gains out of that, or,
Not currently, not from the liquor
okay,
license.
I
no.
was just curious.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good, sir? Everybody good? Board? All right, thank you, sir, very much for your time. Janelle, you are next, and Janelle, just so you know, I mentioned a few things at the beginning. I know that you are here on time, obviously, but you didn't hear a couple things. What we'd like to do is, because the board and because of our budget hearings last week or meetings that we had, if you can give about a 15-minute or so, 20-minute of basic major changes to the airport. You don't have to go through each line item like you did with us.
Okay.
And then that way, we have some questions at the end or during, if you'd like, to answer them.
Okay.
And just so you know what kind of we're looking for, okay?
No.
I'm good, I'm good.
Yeah, actually, yes.
Yeah.
You're good?
Well, like, is it a huge change, or?
No,
Okay.
really. You're good?
Thank you.
Going good?
Yes. Take care.
Hi, Zaid.
Thank you.
All right, whenever you're set, Miss Janelle.
Yes, I have my own. So I All right, well, good evening, everyone. I'll try to make this as educational as possible, but I'd like to welcome everybody. So I run a couple of different departments. We're going to start with Brownfield Authority, and then in the Airport Commerce Park is actually made up of 3 different departments. It's the Commerce Park, the airport, and then the fuel farms. So moving forward, you'll see revenues and expenditures for each one of those departments. In the Brownfield, just a quick summary here of the revenue and expenditures. You're going to notice that there's a couple of the revenues are property taxes that are captured in our Brownfield, and the expenditures here are going to be one for professional services. So something we're going to be having to update this year is our Brownfield redevelopment and reuse plan. It is expiring in 2026. And I think it was from back in 1997, you were right. So that's the estimated value for that redevelopment plan. And then the administrative costs that are, referenced here are for expenses on my behalf in order to help facilitate the Brownfield Authority. So now we're going to look at the summary of the revenue and expenditure summary here in those 3 different departments that I mentioned. You'll see them broken down in the fuel farm, the airfield, the Commerce Park, and both
What page is
revenues.
that?
Page 3.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, my setup's a little bit different, so I'll be mindful and let you guys know what page we're on from here on out. So the revenues that we get from the fuel farm are only from our fuel sales. So these are determined by what we sell at the pump, right? It's just like any other gas pump. It's divided out for how many units that we sell in our avgas or 100 low lead and our Jet A, and then the sales tax is in a separate line item for that. This is pretty consistent, probably from years previously. There was a dip a couple years ago. I believe it was probably due to COVID. This year we have a little bit of an increase, and the difference this year is actually we sold more jet fuel than we did avgas, so there was a little bit of difference in units sold this year. As far as our expenditures for this department, you're going to see that the expenditures are for the salary of our FBO staff and obviously the purchase of our fuel and what we pay for it and the wholesale, and that's the difference between what our margin might look like. The one thing that you will notice throughout this is that the insurance and bonds is divided amongst all 3 departments. So if you look at line item 910, and we are on page 6. So if you look at line item 910, you'll see that that's 1/3 of that cost for our insurance and bonds that was probably established whenever that we set up in each department. Electricity is pretty status. This hasn't changed. You will notice that the building maintenance is going to be really the maintenance of our fuel farm. And then we do have, and I'm going to use this term, profit from the fuel farm, and you'll see that operating transfers out, and that profit actually will support the airport side. And you'll see that later on. So our revenue on our airport are So we're on page 8.
Hey, Janelle,
Eight.
do you do the same as the rec department where you just even out your revenue across all your different areas?
No,
No? You
No,
don't do
yeah.
that with the transfer in and out?
no.
Okay.
Are you talking about the revenue that we generate from our tenants or the, I guess I'm,
She's talking about the airport, Commerce Park, Fuel Farm, all that's all under the airport umbrella, and all those separate departments even out to one balanced budget.
Okay.
So you have
Okay,
transfers in
okay,
from,
yes.
for
So if
lack of
one's
better
making
term,
and one's
winners and
losing.
losers. You
Correct.
have
Answer would be yes.
departments
Okay,
that are
yes.
subsidized and departments that
Okay.
subsidize them.
okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I misunderstood the question.
Oh, no worries.
So in talking about where our, and this is what I thought you were asking, and where our revenue comes from, was it the same as the rec? And that was what I was thinking. Anyways, whatever, it doesn't matter. But couple of things to reference here. A lot of these tenants have been around for a long time. We have interest earned at 22,000, which was referenced this year and it was not last year. So that is one change that you will notice. The other difference is that we have rent income from a new tenant of $55,000. That is a new tenant that we just actually established this year. So I had made a move where I obtained a building. The building was going to be vacant, and I occupied the building, and so now that building now is generating $55,000 a year for new revenue. We have a total of 45 T hangers, and we usually keep about a 99% occupancy in those hangars. It's always nice to have an extra hanger or two. We'll use those for transient pilots. Hangar 1, which is actually attached to this building here, is Hangar 1. So the hangar that we see during Island Fest, that is what we call Hangar 1. We have tenants in that hangar, anywhere from, 10 to 15 tenants, and then our transient pilots will actually store their aircrafts, and we do collect overnight charges for that as well, which would be kind of captured in those tie-down fees, and that's that revenue source from there. Hangar 2, which is where our flight school is, and the flight school has the hangar which stores aircrafts in that facility, in that building, in addition to office space. So there's kind of two different revenue sources within there, and that's where our flight school is located. And then you'll see rent income from hangar number 2, which is the office spaces that we rent out in that same facility. And then miscellaneous incomes can be from photo shoots, special events, things of that nature. Vintage Market, you'll see that is where that miscellaneous income is coming from. And so here's where you'll see that operating transfers in. You'll see the $15,263 that was the transferred revenue from the profit from the fuel farm, and then the $275,000 and some change is the profit necessarily from the Commerce Park. And we are not pulling any prior year resources this year.
What page is that she's talking about?
Number 10.
So page 10. So you'll notice on the first line, line item 706, the salaries for the full-time staff, which consist of myself, the airport coordinator position, which is shared with the DPS department, and then I have 2 full-time maintenance staff on the field. And you'll notice the 70% is because those salaries are taken 70% of the airfield and 30% from the Commerce Park side of things. So when you're looking at these differences, that's where you're seeing it. The increase this year from last year is that airport coordinator position salary, and that's where that's coming from. The part-time employees will be my seasonal employees, and the reason that is such a big difference between last year and this year is that I believe, is that where we put the airport coordinator position last year, and then we moved it up to the full-time position? I think that's how that went. So that's where that offset of the part-time versus full-time is. The other big difference is the health insurance, where you'll notice that once we onboarded the new position for the airport coordinator, that's that healthcare for that. And then we have a new full-time maintenance staff who also opts in for the health coverage there. As far as supplies and general office, these are pretty much standard and how much we spend in order to kind of keep our departments flowing. Not a whole lot of change. I believe that there was an increase in our auditing fees last year. And I'm guessing that that is going to be anticipated the same, that would be the cost for that. So moving on to page 11. And my packet became unstapled up here. The special fees are going to be for any help with our engineering company for bidding processes and things of that nature. Legal fees, we aren't really anticipating having any big issues with our tenants. So I don't think we really utilized a lot of that funding last year, and all of our tenants are pretty timely as far as payments go on the airport side. The administrative cost is the 2% of our revenue. That's what we put in for the administrative costs that we use, like every other department. You'll notice now of the insurance and bonds, you'll see that this is that other part of the cost that we talked about earlier. So that's 70% instead of 2 or 3 or however that was established.
Hey, Janelle, can I ask, on the administrative expenses, is it 2% of revenue or budget?
Revenue.
2% of budgeted revenue.
Of budgeted revenue?
Correct.
And would revenue include millages and everything else?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
But the airport doesn't have a dedicated millage, does it?
Correct. The only millage revenue they get is in the brownfield. That's not for airport
Right.
operations. That's
So
for-
they don't have a big, like,
So I'm thinking more of the fire department, like the ambulance, the millage, and then even the cell tower.
I don't think cell tower does it?
the bulk of your income is rent, is it not?
The majority of my income is all rent.
Okay, thank you.
We're on page 11, and we're gonna look at the maintenance of the building and our facilities. As we all know, my facilities are not spring chickens, right? So we always have these unexpected expenditures pop up with our building maintenance. And although my staff is fantastic and helps to keep these maintenance issues down so they can do general maintenance, but we do have a couple of maybe HVAC systems that might be going in some of our buildings. More importantly, probably a condenser in the FBO building. So that's kind of what we're anticipating there. Our maintenance on our runways is pretty consistent, right around that $20,000. Right now, we have a project coming up, which it's going to turn out that is going to be with the acceptance of the grant, should be 100% coverage. The T-hanger maintenance dropped because we did a big project where we painted our T-hangers last year. And then the Memorial Garden maintenance is a new line item this year, and that is roughly around $10,000. Go for it.
That line item for the Memorial Garden maintenance, that was one of the accounts that was in the old escrow fund that I had to clear out because it's no longer allowed under governmental accounting standards. So that's why there's an amount this year where there wasn't last year. You'll see more of that, particularly in the police department and the building department.
Maintenance of our vehicle, I think I really want to point out the importance and how wonderful my staff is, because we have been able, since we've all been here about 3 years, to keep this down right around that $10,000 mark, because really it's just for the parts. Pretty much my guys can fix anything. If they break it, they fix it. We don't outsource any of that equipment.
Hey, what
And-
is the vehicle? Is it like a 2009 F-250 or something? Is it?
We have a bunch of them. So we have a New Holland tractor, and I'm not the best when it comes to big
Okay.
farm equipment.
I guess
but
I'm trying to understand.
that's-
Do you have like some beatable? Do you need a new car? You know, we're spending $10,000 maintaining something that maybe we
But
should.
it's not just one vehicle.
Okay.
It's our bat wings, it's our tractors, it's our lawn equipment, it's all of that,
Okay, all right.
all encompassed. So we have, 3 zero turns, a New Holland. Derek probably could mention these things better than I can, but
No, I just was trying to
I
figure
can't
out
list
if
off
we were.
every piece of equipment. It's not my area of expertise. Sorry.
I was thinking about like the wreck truck, right? I thought we were
I
throwing
mean-
maybe 10 grand a year at some beat up old Ford when we could just spend 10 grand.
They
to
got a
buy new one.
mixture of old and
New.
old and older, newer stuff.
Well, we have the red truck.
The red,
that's-
and then like vehicles are.
And-
They really don't have a whole lot in the way of just vehicles per se. They have like one pickup truck they might drive around, and maybe some older ones that don't leave the airport. And she does have some allocations for replacement of equipment. I think on the next page.
I do.
Oh, okay.
You know.
Yep.
So.
I'll be quiet.
Well, it's a great question. We just
But it shows how well these guys are performing.
It really
That's
does.
a lot
I
of
mean, some
return
of
for the
these
money.
pieces of equipment, I mean, they're like big farm equipment, like these big, I don't know how to describe. They're really big.
They're at least this big.
They're really big. It is not, you know what I call them? I call them Tonka trucks, okay? But I didn't really want to share the fact that I don't know anything about farm equipment or any of that is not my thing at all. I'm not going to pretend that it is. So we are on page 12. Permits and licensing have gone down. We're actually decommissioning our NDB, so we're reducing some costs there. Bad debt is about, 0.5% of our revenue. These pretty much changed our construction costs. Don't really have a whole lot planned there. This is the equipment of the purchase of, actually, we're looking into purchasing a new 15-foot batwing. Ours is currently a 1979.
And that Batwing over here at Hudson. I didn't realize we were only going 15 feet. I thought we were bigger. The fellow who is over, with the man over there that can show you a list of Batwing available. A new Batwing runs about normally 36 or 39,000, but at this moment, they're trying to sell off some brand new ones with a $6,000 discount.
Okay. We were looking at used ones, and I think that there's a difference between hydraulic and something else.
You
Derek?
had hydraulic. and-
I don't know. You
Yeah,
guys, I
drive
don't know.
shafts
My
are
guys do
hydraulic.
the research. They tell me how much it is, and I say, let me put it in there. So that's how that works.
I'll talk to you later.
Dude, that's a great idea. But it's a great idea. I appreciate that for sure. 'Cause
You had
we
30,000
can
in the
get-
budget for one, and I'm saying basically it looks like you could get a new one for roughly the price you had budgeted for
For
a used one.
a used one.
Yes.
Perfect. But there is a difference on the type of,
They have them both
Equipment
ways.
it is.
Drive shafts or hydraulic.
okay. I would never want to drive them.
Yeah, I just looked it up.
So yes, we're still on page 12. So you'll see our mortgage payments and where those are being allocated for the principal payment and then the interest on these loans. One's the installment loan, which is actually a loan that we took out for the replacement of the roof. And then the other is a $300,000 loan for assistance in, I believe, like airfield need loan.
And Janelle, so I'll know, both those loans, the interest is going to the township. Those are correct?
Only the first one.
Only the first one.
Correct.
I wanted to make sure. Thank you,
Yep.
that helps. Wait, which, say that again, which number?
Account 991 and 993, that's a private loan, so. I'm sorry.
It's 991 and 993. It's the,
455, 711 principal.
Yes, that's one. That's just
Correct.
one. And that is private.
correct.
Would the township deny, or you weren't around?
The
No, I wasn't around. We didn't even
300,000
ask for the township for that one.
Yeah, the 300,000 is the roof repair at,
No. No.
no?
The 300,000 was for,
Build out.
nope, there is
Not-
a,
I think that was the cost share for maybe 422.
yes.
Wait a minute, which is I thought the build out of,
That's in the Commerce Park.
You're gonna say, we're still on the airfield side.
gotcha.
So this general fund, and Derek hit it, it was our portion for the runway.
Yes.
And I didn't know if it was the runway or if it was, there was an apron repair that was completed. I didn't know if it was one of those, but the runway makes more sense.
Thank you for explaining that.
Look at how pretty this picture is. Isn't that the most beautiful sign you've ever seen? Look at it, it's all beautiful and landscaped and gorgeous.
Okay.
The revenues, we're on page 15.
Hold on. All right.
Page 15. So you'll see that the original administration service fee carried over as a revenue from the brownfield in the Commerce Park revenue in order to help facilitate all brownfield needs and inclusive of that redevelopment plan. The rent revenues come from, we rent out land. All of the above, you'll notice that our, $105,000 Pirates Cove, which they are, they're going to be adding on a new part of that facility, so that'll be awesome. The other revenue income is from all the buildings across the street.
Just trying to
Including-
back you up real quick. The Pirates Cove expansion, does that generate additional rent revenue, or
No.
because the land is
The
already
land,
rented?
the land is already rented. Just
Alright.
because they're building new buildings doesn't change
But
the
it would
amount that we're receiving. But
probably affect the-
probably we'll see the recapture in the brownfield taxes. With the new assessment, I think that's where you were going with that.
Both, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. The buildings are all the way the Navy built them. You won't see addresses. They're actually numbers. So one thing I'd like to point out, because this is a conversation that will come up in that expense from our loan supervisor in regards to the loan for the build out for Building 63.
Correct. Thank you.
So the building 63 was a big building. It was obsolete a couple years back in 2019. The Commerce Park decided that it would be a good revenue source to make basically about 1,900 square foot storage facilities, and they've been great return on our investment. So you can see here what the rental rates are for each one of those. It's roughly, I don't know, $16,000 per unit on one of those. So we have 10 of those right now. Page 17. So this is the 30% of that, the salaries that, as I discussed earlier, of the other portion of that. And then this is also divided up for our part-time employees, which is our seasonal, and the difference, once again, is that airport coordinator position. And then the health insurance, you'll see that referenced here. And as you go down, you'll see the insurance and bonds, and that's the rest of the third portion of that. And pretty much all these costs as far as keeping our drains cleaned and maintaining some of these items, that's hasn't really changed. Cost of electricity is going up. Obviously, we all know that, and that's what we're anticipating that's going to be. And our building maintenance over there has been pretty status quo. We are not expecting any big surprises or roof repairs or anything like that. So it's not really outside of the norm of anything that the guys can't handle. Kind of kicking around, building out 63. Not really sure where we're heading with that, and then the $61,000 we have reserved for capital improvements, which really have not been determined at this time. And it may be the build out for 63. And that's that general fund loan of the $700,000 for the previous build out
Gotcha.
of building 63. And then you'll see the $275,000 of the operating transfers out in order to support the airport. And that's it.
One thing before we start asking questions, and maybe Teresa could help me out on this to make sure, just for the board again, being new at these budget hearings, being an enterprise system, I think we only have 2 within the town, or do we have 3 within the township? This enterprise,
We'll have 3.
2 becoming 3.
yes, so, yes.
We
So-
have 2 currently.
Yes, I included, it doesn't matter what. It has to have a balanced budget each year, correct?
Correct.
Correct. So
Anything for Janelle from the board?
Janelle, I think I missed it. What was the 61.8 for capital improvements?
Oh, in
I'm
the
sorry, I'm
in the
sorry.
Commerce Park and on 976.
Yep, I think it's on page 18.
We haven't fully decided yet what we're going to use it for.
Okay.
It's kind of just a placeholder in order to you figure out what we're really going to do with building 63, and we haven't really. We just started looking into that, but that's kind of what we're kicking around at this
Yeah,
time.
I heard the building 63, and I just wasn't sure if there was anything specific. Okay,
Nope.
thank you.
All right, thank you. Are we all set for Janelle? Oh, I'm sorry, Teresa, did you have? Oh, are you good? I'm sorry, I thought you had something. Everybody good? Anything? Janelle, thank you very much for your help and all you do down there, and
Oh, here you go, Ross. Oh wait, is Ross next?
Mr. Ross, you are up.
Thank you.
Did this change at all? Did it change at all from? Okay,
I got digital.
go ahead. You've made the copy. I'll take it.
I'm good too. Thank you.
All right, everybody good?
I'm going to step off for a minute, though.
Go ahead. Just, anybody got to step out, go. 'Cause I'm gonna follow.
Not
him.
enough.
He said, I quit. He's done. All right.
Good.
Sir, if you're set.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Starting off with the DDA, we're seeing a projected $23,000 difference in revenues and expenditures with a balanced budget. And this budget was approved at the DDA's last meeting. Starting off with revenues, we see $16,913 in property tax collections. This is mainly due to the pilot program dissolved and entered into the property tax collections. If you guys all voted on that interdepartmental loan, that $70,000, I think you guys have some background on that, but Teresa could probably answer the questions, any questions better than I could on that. If there are no questions, I'll continue to go down. I'm on page 2. And then we see grant revenue here, $50,000 from MISHDA and $4,000 from the DNR. I'll be sure to touch on that later. And then $105,000 in prior year resources. And then for expenditures, proposing a $5,000 increase in director salary. More than willing to expand on that if you'd like. This is mostly due to market comps, also certification earned and involvement in other programs too. So more than willing. In the packets I handed out to you, there is information on that market comp. So. And then going down through FICA all the way down to workers' compensation, slight increases in workers' comp. Events and supplies, you can see that we're decreasing 75%. We're kind of restructuring our events for the DDA. And I'll be sure to touch on that later. But for that line item, it's $5,000 for event supplies and the Christmas tree. Professional services increasing significantly. You'll see that $50,000, that reflects the grant revenue that we're receiving for the DDA TIF plan, which extends the life of the DDA, as well as zoning updates, which will be adopted following the master plan, when that gets adopted, hopefully in the next few months here. And then once those zoning updates are complete, we will do a streetscape design plan, kind of implementing a new vision for Macomb Street. And that streetscape design plan will help us chase after grants to do some street restructuring and landscaping and making a more cohesive district. And then Rains is their events coordinator, so we pulled that from event supplies and placed it under professional services, so that contributes to the decrease in expenditures there. And we have the marketing coordinator, maintenance street staying the same, flowers decreasing a little bit.
Are you going to the next page?
Yeah, sure.
Russ? So before you do, can you kind of give us an idea of like some of your big projects that you had this year? How many people you have?
Yeah.
Just that kind of overview what you're working on.
Sure. Yeah. Mostly Lions Park we contributed a lot of our capital improvements to Lions Park. Some sculpture, rental stuff. We created a marketing program, marketing Macomb Street businesses. So I oversee the marketing coordinator for that. Public arts consultant, I oversee them.
Work really hard on planning too, I think. You're working on that master plan. That's a lot.
100%, yeah. So the master plan encompasses the entire island, including Commerce Park, the Water's Edge. But we're really focusing on Macomb Street, and I think that's where you kind of see a lot of these grant funds going towards Macomb Street, because that was a huge focal point in the master plan process, is that we'd really like to have a healthy, vibrant downtown district. So we're going to be focusing a lot of attention, at least in this next budget year, on Macomb Street.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure I understood, some of your big ones that.
Of course. I appreciate that.
Ross, before you move on to the next page, real quick, if you
Sure.
could just give the fast explanation. If the DDA TIF plan is not updated, you see the total item there's $50,000. If it's not updated, just tell us what happens.
Yep, so the DDA TIF plan right now, it was created in 2012. Well, it was updated in 2012. The DDA was created in 1992, and then we updated the TIF plan in 2012. Essentially, what we want to do is increase the life of that plan, so that we can, go for bonds instead of coming to the board for, interdepartmental loans. We can go to the market and get bonds and sell bonds for large scale projects, right? So, the sidewalks, the light poles that you see on Macomb Street now, that was all due to the DDA. They went out for a large.
So it's not updated, it ends.
Yes, it would end in 2032. So, yep. Yeah.
This has to be updated every so often, and we've got to do it to make this process work. That's basically what you were saying.
Correct. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Going on to the next page, so the DDA grant, that's the business improvement grant, where businesses can apply to fund for construction costs on their businesses to improve their business, so we're increasing that a little bit. Decreasing capital improvements a little bit there. That's just because we expended quite a bit on Lions Park last year. Moving down, legal fees increasing a little bit. And then you see our event sponsorship program. So instead of the DDA kind of creating all these events and maintaining a lot, I mean, events, it's a lot of work. I mean, the rec department can speak to that a lot. So basically what we're doing is saying, hey, if any resident in Grosse Ile or even off the island has an idea for a great event on Macomb Street, we'll fund it up to $1,000. So, you know, any festivals, art fairs, markets, what have you, you know, just come and ask us for it. And if we think it's good, we'll give it to you. We'll fund it to you. So street lighting increased a little bit because we moved Christmas lights down to this line item. And then we have principal payments and interest expense for that interdepartmental loan. All right. Questions?
So this street lighting, Ross, I think I asked this at the actual meeting, but could you just ground me on this? This is only Christmas lights or just lighting in general?
Christmas lights and then DTE payments.
Okay.
So we pay to keep the electricity on.
Right,
essentially.
okay.
Yep.
Would you touch on $107,000? What's that for?
For capital improvements. So that is for Lions Park right now. You know, we have the concrete put in there. We have the foundation for the community glass sculpture, which we anticipate going, at least being started this year. The first or second installation of that sculpture. We are anticipating installing either the pergola or the benches so folks can actually sit and enjoy the park, or at least find, you know, have a place of respite along Macomb Street. And a couple other things like regrading the parking lot, adding landscaping, those sorts of things. We haven't quite prioritized what we want to spend immediately. So we're kind of finding out if we got that $500,000 grant from the state before we start digging in. We should find that out by the end of April. So. All right, moving down to community development. Building permits are staying the same. There was 2 years in a row where we hit $303,000, and I'm not sure how the heck we did that, but so I think $304,000 is pretty accurate. Moving down the line, that 20% is electrical registrations increasing a bit, plumbing permits decreasing a bit, grant revenue decreasing. So once we adopt the master plan, the community development department gets $20,000 in revenue for reimbursement of that plan. So then fines and forfeitures. The previous year we forfeited $50,000 in fines and forfeitures, mostly in the form of bonds. We actually just met with our attorney today. We have over $100,000 in bonds that date back to 1996. So we're trying to figure out how do we resolve this. And another part of the discussion we had with our attorney is how can we increase our bonds. So we're going to be really looking at our fee schedules to make sure that people, when they put up a bond, they complete the work. Our bonds are very, very low. So if you're completing $1 million home, if you're building $1 million home and something might not be right with the house, you'd say, oh, well, we're just not going to final this certain thing out. We'll just let them keep the bond. So we're going to be exploring that. We are today, we started exploring that option and seeing how we can release some of these
I think
funds.
that's good. I mean, I remember we talked about that, but that is that's a big one to me.
Yeah. I mean, the amount of,
Especially since you get it back. So I don't feel bad that if you have to increase it. I mean, so let's say, you know, are they the same across the board, or is it different if you are like building something more expensive? Does the bond change?
it shifts a little bit, but it hangs around the $2,000 to $3,000 mark.
Okay.
So we updated our fee schedule last year, but that was mostly for permit and application fees. And then once we started really looking into our bond issues, we were like, okay, now we really need to adjust this. And it just we just don't know what that figure is. That's why we've included our attorneys who are very well versed in saying, okay, this is how you could structure this.
Now, did the attorneys say you can Okay, so if you have money from 1996 sitting
Right.
out there, I assume you,
So
so I mean, that's your, you don't take that balance in?
that's what we're,
It is recognized as revenue, okay.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying, that you are gonna liquidate.
so,
Technically, after a year, you can liquidate that, but the township is always given the,
A little more of a grace
Right.
period?
and gone out and continually approached residents more than just once.
Okay.
right. So we're just making sure, we want to check in with them before we, it's a large pool of money. We want to make sure that we're following all the legal requirements. Because what we really are ultimately seeking is compliance.
Got it.
We're not here to make money.
Oh,
right? But
absolutely.
we just want to make sure that we follow the correct procedures in
Right.
seeking compliance before we liquidate.
Thank you.
Russ, would you explain to the public, we're not talking about a bond that returns interest, we're talking about bonding.
Right. Yeah. So it's basically when you build a house, we ask for $2,000, and to ensure that you complete the project according to the ordinance. And then once you complete your project, you get all your final inspections, then you get your $2,000 back. Well, some folks, I think I might have did something here that might, turn some heads. So instead of turning heads and getting my final inspection, they can keep the $2,000.
How do they get their certificate of occupancy?
So there are some folks that don't have C of Os living in their homes.
Oh, really?
Yes.
It's all fun and games till you move.
I was familiar with what we call performance bonds.
Same thing.
I guess it's $2,000 I need to clarify. The bonds would have some percentage, let's say the project.
How can you live in a house without a C of O?
Right.
It would be 10% or 15% or 20% of the bond, and in the event that the contractor failed to perform, there was money there,
Right.
to finish it.
100%. So it's just historically, our bonds have not reflected the cost of construction.
That was the point.
Right. And so that's what we're looking into, our ordinance states that you must receive a bond comparable to the cost. So really as our ordinance states, if you're doing $1 million project, we want $1 million bond. And it's like, that's not reality. So we have to update our ordinances. We have to do a lot of things here. But yes, eventually we will get to that point.
And just to be clear, there are bonds on a lot of different things, not just home construction. So you could have a bond for, a driveway, or you could have a bond for a roof, or you could have a bond for this or that or the other thing. So
Yeah.
there might not always be a C of O that's tied to that bond. It just might not be that they ever call in the final inspection. So.
Even regrading your property, right? If you're regrading, you put a bond in, and then once they come out and inspect it and make sure it's okay, it doesn't harm the neighbor, then you can go back and get your money back.
Right. 100%. Yep. Yeah. And it's a lot to clean up. So,
Is there a system in place to follow up on that, though, to make sure it's getting done, or did that kind of fall by the wayside when you started losing staff?
I mean, this has fallen by the wayside for almost 30 years. So, we finally have a department in place where, Brittany does a fantastic job. And we're kind of looking to streamline a lot of our processes. So now we have the BSNA online system that she's very proficient at. And she's the one who's like, hey, we got to clean this stuff up. And then basically it's between her and the legal team really addressing this stuff. So.
Thank you.
Yep. So after fines and forfeitures, our process and application fees increase a little bit. So going on to page 7 and 8. Page 8, nothing changed there. That's for planning, zoning, and board review fees or reviews or revenues. Jeez. Page 10, salaries for boards and commissions are staying the same. Salaries for full-time regular. So this accounts for both employees in the community development department and myself. My market adjustment is included with this figure. And the reason why the $5,000 figure for the DDA is reflected, and here it's only $1,700 or approximately, is because we had a senior employee who retired last year, whereas now we have a new employee who's at a different price range, at a different stage. So, and then severance pay is gone because we don't have anyone retiring. Going down FICA, life insurance, vision insurance. So our going down to 816 planning consultant, that's increasing 22%. So that's Brian Borden. But what I do want to point out is we're removing consultant retainer, consultant zoning ordinance, and consultant general. For whatever reason, we had 4 different line items for our consultant. We're just condensing it into one. So really, it's about $1,500 less than what we budgeted last year. The master plan consultant, we are almost completely up to closing that process. So we're done there. Then inspection fees are increasing a little bit. Mechanical fees decreasing along with plumbing. Maintenance and office equipment, so that's to pay for our BS&A online system, so folks can apply online instead of having to come to the counter. And that also, we don't have to pay for a part-time employee to help support our staff, help support our department like we had in previous years. So,
A quick question for you. I just don't want to get too far ahead.
Yep.
So for the fees that are decreasing, the mechanical and the plumbing, is it because there's less projects going on the island, or how are you anticipating a decrease in those?
Yeah, I guess we could pull up the historical. I mean, I don't want to get all.
Because there is current construction going on, correct?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, I guess that's just accounting for historical trends. I guess I could pull that up to really see what we got here. It's page.
The current year, we're already at 63,000. So it was just kind of an average over the last few years.
Yeah.
I just find it interesting that's going down with the new construction going on and prices of everything going up.
Yeah, I mean.
Just why?
Yeah, it's only, $1,200. It looks like it, when you look at the percentage, it's decreasing.
No, I understand that. I'm looking at the dollars. It just seems kind of odd that that's going down in today's pricing, in today's economy, with today's inflation and new construction.
These are fees for that his department pays the inspectors. So
right.
The only the cost of a building doesn't change that.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So the revenue would, because if it's a percentage of the construction expense, that would be impacted by the cost of construction going up.
Right.
But yeah.
Which is I guess.
These are part-time inspectors you're paying fees to.
Yeah. And those are flat rate fees.
I understand. Okay. I guess we can go more. Again, they're out there working and looking at more things. It just didn't make sense to me at first, that's all. I guess we can dig into it later on.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. The membership and dues, I really advocate that Brittany and Jimmy, our zoning administrator and a permit coordinator, are part of memberships, through, building organizations or American Association of Planning, Michigan Association of Planning, so that they're constantly learning. And to piggyback off of that, conferences and workshops to make sure that we do have best practices in our department and, know how to utilize BS&A and everything that we're doing there. So we are paying for some training there up front too. So
I think that's really great that you guys are doing that and making sure you're learning more. Everything changes, so that's great.
Yep. Then equipment purchase, Brittany needs a new monitor, and I think we need a new computer for GIS. So we're going to buy that.
And your full-time salaries, that's counting you, Brittany, and Jim, correct?
Yep.
All right.
You good, sir?
Yeah, I'm good.
Is there any questions for Ross from the board? Yes.
So starting with Ross and going through me, a lot of what you're going to see are different parts of the general fund. So for Ross, the DDA was a separate fund, but the community development, building department, planning, and zoning, those are departments within the general fund. And when I do my part, I'm going to kind of pull everything together.
Okay.
And just so everybody knows, Ross, your budget is all predicated upon 100% revenue. Is that correct?
Correct, building permit revenue.
Yes, the building department is, correct? Just so the board knows that. All right, sir, thank you
Thank
very
you,
much
everyone.
for your time.
Yep.
After, we've been here 2 hours, does anybody need a 5-minute break? Or would you like to continue? It's up to you guys. No takers? Okay, Doug? Sure.
Sure.
You got a 30-minute break over there.
You guys want paper copies?
I do.
Yeah, if you made, did you make them? Yes. You made enough for all of us? I'll take another one.
Did anything change from that paper copy to the electronic copy we have? I'm all set, thank you. I'm good. Thank you.
Oh, go, no, do whatever you gotta do.
Even though you are a double
No,
dipper,
if you-
apparently.
You go,
Number what?
don't worry about it.
Before I get started, you guys heard about what happened at the high school today?
Talked about it,
Would you like me to bring that up? And I can go over that in about 30 seconds if you guys want.
whatever you want, yeah,
The community will be watching and just kind of a way to get the word out on it.
I did, but go ahead.
Just real quick, this is our press release. I'm not sure if okay. Basically what it came down to today, and I'm gonna talk about the end result, not the whole progression of how it happened. We had a student at the school today who changed their not their Wi-Fi, what do you call it? The
Hotspot.
Hotspot. I apologize. Changed their hotspot to "I have a bomb." That was picked up by many students in the classroom. They did the right thing, did a good job, reported to the school. School did a phenomenal job activating their protocols. I got a call directly from the superintendent, and then we took action from there. We asked for the airport authority to send a bomb dog, and then two MSP bomb dogs. We had 3. We requested 2, we ended up getting 3. And then we had Border Patrol showed up, and after a long, drawn-out thing, it was a false claim. So, but the incident did take place on the phone. It just it wasn't an actual threat. So that was one, because I know that a lot of community, we evacuated the schools. I just want to make sure we got that out to the public if they are watching today. So, do you have a question or?
So it was not a threat?
No, he's just a poor choice.
It was a threat.
was a
It just
threat,
wasn't.
It was perceived as a threat, it was just a poor choice by that student, if I can put it that way. So, thank you for letting me take that moment. Any questions on that?
Thank you.
Well, thanks for letting me
what you
take a
guys
moment
did.
about that, so. That took a lot of our time today. So, back to, right there. All right.
Doug, I'm not sure, were you here when you
I'll
we
cut to
gave the
the,
ground rules?
I'll cut to the major parts.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, that was my intention anyway, so.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna kind of jump around here. So you guys can see this is our revenue page. So one of the questions is, what's the difference between the 2 years? It's 553,000 from last year to this year on this budget. I'm gonna kind of tackle some parts of this first, and then we'll all start rolling into it. As you guys know, that we collect 6.6 mills. Three of those. There's 5 mills. 3 of them are dedicated. Because of Headley, the amount we collected rolled back a little bit. And for this current budget, we spent $383,000 on drug forfeiture. Bless you.
Bless you.
Pardon me, sorry.
We spent $383,000 on drug forfeiture this year also, and that's gonna come up later on in the budget, so. All right, any question on the revenue or this page? Okay. We're going to page 2 now, if I may. So we did a couple things different this year, with Teresa's help and guidance. You'll see in the middle there, there's MCOL's dispatch and MCOL's CPE. You guys see those in the middle there? And it's 543, 43, 43. Those are funds that are actually given to us by the state for training. One's for officers, one's for dispatch, and the CPE funds is something the state came up with last year, where they dedicate the state is mandating 24 hours of training per sworn officer this year, and they're providing $15,000 of funds. That's what we have for sworn at the time. We applied for that. And then that covers most of what we need to do to cover that 24 hours. Going down to the bottom there, this is new too. If you guys see what I'm circling, the 7,100 or 71,030 and 7,000. Those are what those are. Is we're actually adding to the budget what we are for donate. Those are donations that were paid a couple of years ago on the Kraska house that was donated to the city. This is what we're adding into the budget this year from those things, and then the $7,000 in just general donations. We're going to use 30,000 in the Kraska, and then the severance pay for the 71,000 is that I'm going to retire under this budget, under this upcoming budget. So that's been my severance pay. Okay. Any questions on that?
Are you talking about your payouts for sick
All my
time, stuff
banks.
like- yeah.
I'm pretty much maxed
I'm not sure
out.
if the general public would understand what that meant. That's all
Okay,
why I brought it up.
I'll explain it further. It's all my sick time that I've banked up. I've maxed that out over the years. Comp bank, personal days, and vacation. Vacation. I forgot that's always a big one, right? Next page, we're gonna get to. So this is the page. This is kind of the ugly page on page 4, if I may. That big number I told you about, the $500,000 increase in the budget that year. I don't have it highlighted on here, but you'll see in the difference column there. These are the items that I'm not really. That's contractually negotiated or part of like health insurance, retiree insurance, vision, dental, all those things that we have no control over. That comes out to about a little over 80% of that number right there, just on that page. And a couple items on another page comes up to about 80% of that big number you guys heard.
And those are projected?
Correct.
But they're pretty close.
Those are close.
It-
That's not. Yeah, those are from Teresa. They're pretty good.
No, I'm not saying they're not. They're not, you can't, they have to be projected, right?
What Teresa does is she does like a census of all the employees and what their wages are and their steps and what the contract says. So it's a projection, but it's
Right.
based upon pretty solid information.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand.
And then line 710, you're going to see the CPE funds again for 15,000 and the line. But this mainly this page right here is the heart of the increases. That makes sense. So if there's any questions, I'm going to go to page 5 where you're not going to see as much on the increases. The boat expenses, we knocked it down. I know we're talking bigger numbers. We're talking smaller numbers now. Just knocked that down a little bit for the maintenance, and then we took out the canine cost. We're not replacing the canine this year.
Not?
We have funding issues. Let's put it that way. There's not much heavy swinging on that page there, if I may. The next page 6. This is where you see the line item for insurance and bonds. That's another bigger, $11,000. That's another increase. That's part of that larger number. I said the 80%. When you go down to the bottom there, the maintenance and equipment, what we do is I said we use $383,000 for forfeiture, $130,000 of that number we use to pay for the task force officer DEA. We're allowed to use those forfeiture funds to pay for that, so that's part of that 183. We also use a lot of it to supplement a lot of these other line items, and we're trying to inject a couple of these things back into the line items without putting burden on the forfeiture account and without burdening our budget. I'm just trying to feather it back in, if that makes any sense. So some of those items in that one account that raises, like the flock system or different systems we put in there, and some of those prices actually went up. That's kind of our, you can see the list there. I don't want to call it, it's just that drawer in your kitchen with all the stuff in it. That's basically what it is. Next page 7. So you'll see on line item 936, that went up 15 grand. Now the reason for that would normally stay at 5. For that maintenance grounds, we use the cell tower fund, which we're going to talk about later on. We use that to supplement that. Us and the fire split that. We work together on a lot of our budgetary items, but we have a capital improvement we're trying to do with the cell tower right now. We're going to get to the balance of the cell tower, and we're Not sure exactly how much the price is gonna come in, but we're gonna talk about, for the generator, we're gonna talk about when I get that line item down the road there. And then the sink bill, $955, this is pretty much the line item I don't like the most, because like today at the Chiefs meeting, we voted in for some new equipment for the dive team. It was a very small bill, but a part of that goes to every PD. That comes in one of those bills that come in. This bill kind of goes up and down. We've seen 25% to 30%. I think there's a 40% year swing. So we know we have a lot of changes in the communication system and 911 system going downriver. We're trying to estimate a little bit of a higher jump on that part to accommodate that swing. I'm being frank on that one. So, any questions on that page? Page 8. If you guys have any questions, just interrupt or just. On this one, on the first line, for the first education and training, we did staffing command. We paid for it at a forfeiture last year. We're trying to budget for it this year and then include also some more training. A typical officer, a class we send them to is anywhere from 150 to 225 per officer per class, even if it's online. So we're just trying to raise up our training funds. We can use forfeiture for that. But like I said, we're trying to put a little bit back on the budget and alleviate forfeiture, because when we get to the forfeiture page, I'm going to talk about some things that we're hearing from the federal government. That's about any of the major increases there. Once again, you see those line items for MCO's training, dispatch trainings. Those are actually, that money's provided by the state of Michigan. And then we have the grant down below there. So those are revenues. Page 11, if I may. We have a question? No. Not much change in here. This is the reserve page for the reserve officers, police reserves. Only reason we have the $1,700 for health exams and expenses, we have a current person applying for the police reserves, and since we took over, we actually have every one of our reserves to go through a medical and psychological exam, which was never done before. We do that now because if they're going to carry our equipment, we want to make sure that they pass the same standards we have. So that's why we have that $1,700 for this year. Anytime we can get a member of the community or to apply for the reserve program, we have 8 members right now. And we have a really good team, and that's all led by Sergeant Vasquez. Any questions on that? So we'll go to page 13, the animal shelter budget. Now this one's kind of, you'll see in the 24-25, it went from 8,000 to 45,000, and why that is if you go to line items 721, which is 10,000, 727, oh sorry, they're both 727. That one's 10,000, one's 7,000, and 761 is 20,000. That comes out to $37,000. Those are donations. That's why we're budgeting the donations that she receives. I think the Kraska we got in August of 21 is when that donation came in.
So your notations there, Kraska State donations, those are just what basically is funding those expense line items.
You gotta explain that one.
Yeah, would you explain it?
Okay,
and
so
tell us what the balance
many
is?
years ago, a person donated a house to the township, and then they wanted the revenue of that sale to go towards supporting the animal shelter and its operations, if I may. The ACO, Julie, does a good job fundraising, but we're using before in the past, we've just used the budget, used those donations as we went. This year, we're budgeting what we anticipate based on our current budget, what we will need for the next budget out of those donations.
Doug, so we understand, you have $37,000 that you plan on spending, and that's why it's in the budget.
Correct.
And that's from the donations.
Yeah, none of this is taxpayer funded.
No, I understand, just so we all
Yes.
got this.
So if you take out that 37,000, you subtract it, you're right back at
Right.
at 8,050.
Right, because
right.
five of the board members weren't here during this issue.
Right. Okay.
So thank you for explaining that.
Can we find out what the balance is in the Kraska donation?
Remember, Teresa?
Roughly $480,000.
So she gets a lot of donations and checks, and the community is very generous and we're very grateful for that. And that's the other donation account, and we use that one too as it goes on. So we try to use that one more than the Kraska. The Kraska, we try to save that one for like capital improvements. We were going to do her roof, and that was going to be at the time $50,000, and unfortunately a tree fell through her roof and the insurance paid for it. I'm not trying to make a joke out of it, but it saved us a lot of money. I mean, I remember that. I think
Did you
no
check for saw marks?
one got hurt, and no chain marks on the tree, no dynamite marks on the tree. Yeah, it was weird. That's really actually how that happened, the storm. Page 15. No, this is our cell tower fund. 15. Okay. We split this with the fire department, and over the years, we've used this jointly to pay for like the grounds, like salting, cutting the grass, pulling the weeds, any landscaping, any minor repairs in the building, and so on. You can see that list there on expenditures. Those are some of the examples. If you look at the bottom line there, you'll see 150 for the capital improvements for the generator and 27,000 for engineering. We're kind of budgeting a little high. Right now, we're in the process, and we have Mickey and Margaret working together with us and the fire department. We have the proposal from the Township C Rains to manage the generator project, and they've come in 3 times. We've kind of we're going to do a 3-tier system on it. That will be presented to the board, and you guys will vote on that expenditure to oversee the engineering project, and then they'll put out the RFP, and they're verbally saying anywhere from 130 to 150 to 160, depending on what generator we end up going with, and if there's any like add-ons to it. And the RFP is going to have multiple phases in it, so that's why we're budgeting. That would wipe out potentially the balance of the cell tower fund, which is at 184,000, about that right now. So there might be some left over, but that's why I added back to that other maintenance fund. I put that 15,000 in there to cover our portion of the grounds, in case we do wipe this out with the purchase of the generator.
I'd like to ask a question here,
Yeah, go
if I
ahead.
could.
Go ahead.
I think you're saying that these numbers we're looking at on this page 15 is 1/2 of the actual expense and revenue. The other half is given to the fire department's accounting
We
unit.
share this page. That 184,000 is shared. That's the whole number.
No, that's the total number.
This
That's
isn't
not
just
half.
this is not our half of the money. This is everything.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yep. The fire department traditionally we've worked very good with them on maintaining this budget. We're very fortunate to have this for the 33-year-old generator. So, okay. I'm gonna keep rolling down here. This is that spot I talked about. So when you go back to our salaries, we have 23 members of the department right now, but our budget covers 22 of them. This right here is covered at a forfeiture. This is our DEA task force officer replacement. So we're paying for this. When I talked about that 383, that officer, this money comes out of that forfeiture money, that larger number. Does that make sense?
Second, you can only use forfeitures for a certain purpose, so is that why the one individual is
Yes.
assigned to
So
them?
different federal forfeiture, we call it federal, it's our DEA funds. It's limited versus we have an IRS, it's a debt account, it's got about 65,000 in it. That's gaining interest, and we did sell one of our used cars we bought out of it, so it went back in there. That has a more open, but 65,000 doesn't grow at all. So we kind of want to put that in our back pocket. And the state forfeiture, I'm going to go into it here in a little bit. I think it's like 170 or 180. That's another account that doesn't grow, but I'm allowed to use it for other things. We had to do some construction in the building. We took it out of state forfeiture because I cannot use that on federal. The generator, absolutely cannot. I've even asked pretty please permission from the feds to give us
They
the
won't let
generator.
you.
Straight no, to put it simple. So, all right, that's DA task force guy.
Doug, I'm sorry.
No, go back up. All right.
Sorry, I got one quick question.
Yeah.
What are we using now for 1 year of everything, the cost of the task force officer?
137.
What's 137 now?
Yeah, that's the benefits. This is basically the employees spread out right here. This is the
Right, that's
sal-
everything included for them, I get it.
Yes.
So, but we're using 137, thank you. All right.
Instead of 175?
No, that's what they had, yeah. This is the cost of the officer. That's the revenue from prior year.
Then I'm gonna go into the treasury. I'm gonna go into some of the forfeiture accounts. Here's treasury. You can see our balance is 75,000. You're gonna see it on the next sheet. Page 19. So this is our treasury. You can see we didn't really use it much. We gained $1,500 in interest. But if we go to the next page here, we did sell a car, I believe. So he does sideways here. Sale of a vehicle was $16,000. And what that is basically that one officer that got hit by the drunk driver and his patrol car got totaled. The insurance company, once again, they were nice to give us some money. The insurance company paid us for that damaged car. So since we paid for it out of treasury, you have to return it to the source that it came from originally. Does that make sense? Yeah. So I can't take it and put it in wages. It's got to go back into it. So, right. That's what you can see the sale of the car there. I know it's sideways there. This one is state forfeiture.
What page is that, please?
21. Sorry about that. 21. So it's the same thing. We haven't used them much. It gained 6,000 in interest. I would just use an expression. It's kind of the money under the bed. It's our ace in the hole that if we have things, our budget does not allow us to have much room. We don't have a surplus of funds laying around everywhere. Forfeiture the DEA money can only cover so much. When we did the expenditures on the cage, the evidence room, we used some of our state money, state forfeiture. That's the pot we can get it from. So you look right here on this is the spreadsheet right there. I believe there was another vehicle that was sold. Sale of vehicles at $3,000. I think it was sold to the Township Hall, and they're very happy with that car. or not. It's their car. It's their car now. But page 23. So this one, we had that opioid settlement. I think the board had to approve to actually receive this money at some point, like a year or two ago, and they had to. We've done a lot of research online to figure out how we can exploit these funds for us. It's very limited. We've met with Teresa. Exploit meaning how we could use to benefit the department with like our budget, like buying police cars. Our guys go to calls and there's drugs there. That's not a good expenditure. So we've worked with them, and we can't think of really much besides buying gloves, which we have an abundance of gloves. So a lot of the PPE stuff for dealing with opioids. So you can have opioid training, but that's going to cost overtime for us to go there. And we're actually looking to see if we can use these funds to back pay salaries for overtime. But I don't think we can. I don't think we can do that.
So was this the one that you talked about fire department can use for training too on?
Wait, say it again?
Yes.
Well, you said something about the opioids in another meeting. Is that the one that the fire department
Yeah,
can?
it's the same thing. Yeah.
Doug, there was some talk about DARE utilizing some of these funds.
We're looking into because I think that was one of the things we could say, and that's where we're looking to see if John Canterbury is our DARE officer. If he teaches for that block during the day, we have to have someone come in. Either the administration covers the road or an officer comes in and covers it, and we're trying to see if we can use those funds to backfill that overtime or pay for that.
The way the opioids account is tracked here, you've got revenue and expenditure. It's not like a credit against potential expense on the operating side.
It has to be a separate fund.
Okay.
It's required by the state.
Okay. But we're not showing it on the balance sheet as a positive cash flow against potential expense. So, I mean,
An opportunity.
right, any revenue that could be used from opioid fund towards expenditures that are on your expense line item would help the bottom line, right? So long as it doesn't incur additional expense.
Right. It's,
Okay.
it's like the CP. It's like the CP funds. They gave us 15. It shows on our budget, but that was actually money given to us by the state. That number will change every year. So.
Doug, I'd like to ask a question
Yeah,
on
go
this.
ahead.
I understand that this thing, opioids, probably has some benefit to servicing concerns about drugs or something like that. I don't understand how you use this money. It seems to me, I mean, the only example I can think of is maybe if we had tear gas and I had a mask on, I could see that if I was trying to combat it, it was a piece of gear that was relative to that use.
That's one of
But
the
you're
ways.
talking about-
That's one of the ways we can expend it, and that's why I was talking about, like, they have different types of gloves for that, but we have a lot of latex gloves, more than we could probably do for a lifetime.
But what I'm getting at is if you're trying to invade a house that has opioids, you think, you need a police car to get there. I mean, you need all the other equipment, and somehow you can pay for some of it, and you can't pay for the rest of it. Am I hearing this right?
They did not, and Teresa, jump in if you want, but I don't, they never gave us parameters on what you can use it on, not use it on. They didn't establish it. It's part of a lawsuit settlement.
So all the opioid manufacturers, there was a class action lawsuit against them. They settled, and the funds were intended to come back to offset expenditures and basically the damage that the overprescription of opioids caused within society. So when you look to what the eligible expenditures are, it has to be for combating the negative impacts to the community, to the law enforcement, and to prohibit.
An education program might be a more likely result of.
Exactly, yep, exactly.
Now, that comes with a cost. If we wanted, like, the CPE funds, they mandated 8 hours for officer wellness. That's mandated by state. We have to provide 8 hours to every officer. They provide us funds to back end what's mandated because it costs overtime. That's what we can use. So we can use that overtime, that money to pay for the backfill of officers. We don't know if we can for that training. So if you say we can pay for the instructors possibly out of that opioid settlement, but we don't know if we can actually pay for the overtimes, and if I have to pay for the overtime for the entire department, that's not cheap. That's what the CPE funds at $15,000. That's going to get eaten up. So if you go to page 4, I kind of want to go back to page 4, and that'll be done. So real quick, if I can kind of touch on that, if I may. So you see our overtime jumped from 140 to 162,000. And what we did is, if you see that column right there, because I did watch a little bit on my phone before coming down here. The overtime has gone up pretty good, because we a third of our next budget year, I think we're going to have a real hard time manning staff on the road. I think it's going to be very, very difficult for us to where we're going to pull the DEA position out for a couple months. We've already worked it out with DEA. We're going to pull one of our detectives out and have them be assigned to the DB, but they had to take calls from the DB. And then when it gets to the heart of June and July and August, myself and Deputy Chief Brozak's going to start working. He's already working as a full-time detective and doing what he does, his duties. And then we're going to start working on the road, too. We anticipate it being that bad. So I'm just letting you guys know. When you go down, and you guys talked about that $3,000 for Island Fest, it was brought up earlier today. That wasn't us, and I think
I know it wasn't, and I wasn't attacking the police
I
department.
know, and I
was
didn't take it
attacking
that
the
way.
Previous
but
policy.
I believe it that we are here as a law enforcement agency for the community, and we're here just to help out the community for that purpose, and it's part of doing business.
But it's over and above though, too. It's
And we
not
do get
routine.
donations, believe it or not, that pays for our food. We did, like, the last 2 years, we've had donations. We've had our food donated or paid for by cash donations. So that was part
That's
of it too.
nice.
And then the deer call, we lowered it down a little bit. We're not having a call this year. I want to be very clear about that one because of our funding. But going back to last deer call, the deer call people, I trust them. I believe in them. They do a real good job. Our officers, they came to us and said, we're just not seeing that many deer out here. This was last year. And then they said, all we're doing is we're eating overtime. And I actually valued that. That was their opinion. That was you don't hear that often. So, and I know they're also getting burned out on time. So we lowered it down, but we're leaving money in the budget for that. And then you'll see the CPE funds training. I'm just going to add on top of that 15,000 to try to host. We're going to try to host a legal update too, which is we're going to have Wayne County come in, prosecutor's office, and then we're going to have a legal update done and have another attorney come in and talk to her. We try to do them all in one shot, but it costs money to do that. So.
I need to ask you another question.
Sure.
Saying in this paperwork you've handed us, there are cutbacks in the service that is being provided because there's not enough revenue. Is that correct?
No, we're still covering the road. We just have less manpower to do it, less staffing to do it. Is that what you're asking? We're still providing the services.
In a way, yes. I didn't mean it quite that way, but that's a good, if we can have a brief conversation.
We didn't lose staffing. We're supposed to be at 20, I don't want to get too deep, we're supposed to have 24 people. That was the way it's been worked
Yes,
out for years.
that's what's
We're
on my
down to
mind.
23. Our budget and staffing works for 23. Our problem is we've had a couple other events that have happened.
Yes.
And we're going to have events happen this summer where we know we have people taking, this makes it easier just to do it this way.
They'll be off for some reason that they could.
This is our organizational chart. This is
Yes.
how it's supposed to be overall, okay? This is 24 members of the department. This is where we're at right now. We're down that one officer. That's not killing us, but it's the other things I'm about to say. We have an officer who's retiring on March, or not retiring, who's leaving on March 11th. We're going to be down at one person. We have one that's on a long-term workers' comp. And we have one that's on FMLA right now. That officer on FMLA actually told us months ago, worked with us on the schedule, would be a good time for them to go off to try to help us all. We didn't know this other stuff was going to happen. So right there, that's four individuals down in the summer. This doesn't look crazy to you guys, but this is what I talked about. We're pulling the one detective out. We're going to have that one person on FMLA is going to come back. We have two officers right here. They're going to take 12 each off in the summer for FMLA, and they're allowed to do it. Workers' comp, I don't know how long that's going to go on for. We'll have that open spot still by the summer. We'll hopefully maybe have it filled by hiring. But I believe we're going to have a real challenge with hiring an officer, seeing up what we're going against downriver. There's 24 officers who are to try to help alleviate the road because they're going to get burned out. They're going to get burned out. We're going to have that detective, when they come back from FMLA, they're going to work the road, but from the DB. We're going to pull the DEA spot as long as we can. But when you pull the DEA spot, you're jeopardizing income for DEA funds.
How much money does it take to make that all go away?
I'd have to get back to you on that one.
Do you have a rough idea of it? I don't have to have the last penny out of you.
I would feel comfortable getting back to you.
You need to quantify that
Right.
or qualify that by saying, you know.
He's going to need some man, he's going
Solve,
to,
solve the problem of always having the potential of having people off on FMLA, on workers' comp. I mean, you could have a department of 30 officers and you still might be short depending upon people being off for certain reasons.
We have all the factors there to go off what Derek was saying. We just don't have these two. But when you have these other ones, that's where the apple cart kind of gets rocked a little bit here. So we're buying time, hopefully during the summer. I expect by September that these two gentlemen will be back. September, depending on how long, when they start their 12 weeks. And then so when that person's not working, right now, Deputy Chief Brozak's working full-time in the DB and doing his duties. Because this person's on FMLA right now. Follow me? And then I started picking up shifts. Not that many yet, but I know that when this happens during these months, we already know we could just say it's up to the road guys to do it. We're too good. We're the chief and deputy chief. We're not going to do it. We're going to burn out these people more than we ever did. This is use their terms in our last
that's
summer.
what my concern is. I mean,
I think this will help out. It's a short-term thing. This is not.
Okay, I
and
need
we're,
to
and we're
hear
gonna
that.
we're gonna write it out. We're gonna
I
work
think
it out.
the more officers that you have, the better you can respond to challenges like he's experiencing here.
Exactly.
Right. We'll write it out. We'll make do as we can. I'm just saying, letting you guys know it's going to be a challenge. So that goes back to. Oh, I had this up the whole time. Did I even have that on there?
You did, yeah.
I'm like, wow, that was terrible. That goes back to us raising our overtime. Do you guys see what I'm saying? That's I wanted to make that very clear. I'm not trying to make a point. I'm just trying to. I am trying to make a point that we have a bump coming down the road. We're forecasting it. We have a plan, the best we can come up with, and make it work. And we're just going to write it out. So that's it.
All right, I got a question that came to me, and I said we can just bring it up at the meeting and get the answer from another board member. I see when you make the revenues, and Teresa even explained this before to me about the forfeiture money, that the revenues go on the revenue side, but the totals don't go on there because they're not the revenues or the expenditures. Can you give us a ballpark of the three funds that you have and just the ballpark amount that is in each?
The totals?
Or the forfeitures?
What they total right now?
Correct.
I can give you a very
Close.
good. I can give you a very good number.
Just close.
I actually wrote those down. Just give me a second to dig those up here.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm gonna go backwards. State. I'm stalling.
All right.
Is State is 178, 178,517, as when this was printed, so it could be a little different.
What
Fine.
was that one?
178, we'll just say 178,500, that was state
State.
forfeiture.
The state.
State forfeiture. Treasury, 75,000, I'm rounding, please, bear with me on that.
Fine.
Federal is 1.1. If I may talk about that real quick, about the federal forfeit, it's the DEA funds. 1.1 is a pretty significant number. It's huge, actually. If you look at, you can't strike with the money you have in your pocket now. You got to look what's coming down the road. With the new administration, the government, their emphasis right now is changing pace, and they're using DEA, ATF, FBI, you name the alphabet. They're using them for a different goal within the government. For right now, briefly. They're also changing how they do the airports. Pulling our officer out right now, I don't think is going to affect our income. But looking at what we have in the, when you seize an item today, it could take anywhere from 6 months to 3 years to actually hit our accounts, a percentage of it. We have 60 of those left in the bank coming. We've had a pretty good ride the last 2 years, a year and a half or 2 years, and we're still going to have that ride, but they're coming in slower on the back end. They're going to be paid faster now. That I can't forecast 2 or 3 years from now what it's going to be like for the forfeiture. Right now, it doesn't look like we're going to have as much coming in. We've had a great 2 years, maybe 3, but I can't see it coming down right now. So we just got to ride it out. And I know if Joe doesn't mind me using him as an example, we had some rough spots at DEA, and then we had some great years too. You got to kind of, I don't know if you agree with that, Joe, but you got to ride the wave on it.
Sure.
So
Thank you for those numbers.
I'm very protective of those funds.
So, I don't want to belabor this. I just want to go back to it so we can be done with it, because if any residents were watching, to me, words mean something. And I know, Jameson, you weren't talking about Chief Carmack. I understand what you were talking about, but I want to make sure we're clear. When we say something like black eye or double dipping, and then we're referencing the police department, it's implying that they're being a little disreputable. And I just want to make sure that we're clear that that is not the case, that Chief Carmack never asked for that money. And I don't, even if he didn't, but I don't look at it necessarily as double dipping. I mean, free meals they're not gourmet meals, whatever the case is, but their guys are there, they're doing a job, and they're supporting. But to be very clear, he did not ask for money. Just so everybody's clear out there, that the police department was not trying to double dip from the rec commission.
No, and that's probably the wrong terminology. I apologize.
I didn't take it the way you meant.
Well, I think Margaret did, right? So
I did.
I didn't mean to make it sound like an attack on the police department. It was more of it was an attack, but it was an attack on the policy that resulted in that line item in the rec budget.
And now
So-
I heard it, I get it. I just want to make sure it's clear for anybody watching.
And I will say that I think if you want to have a discussion about how much it costs for police to support Island Fest, think we need to have a discussion then about what level of policing Island Fest wants to pay for, right? So I think that's like, you really get into some maybe not debate, but discussion in that case, right?
Mr. Yeager, if I just may simplify this, I don't know if this will. I think the taxpayers, the residents, pay for our services here, and they should be included in Island Fest, and this is over with.
Fair enough.
That's
Doug,
what
I
I
think that
think.
line
That-
item was 2 or 3 grand. It's lost in the rounding. It wasn't like you guys were getting a chunk of change.
Well, this isn't, look, here, listen to
My
this.
opinion on it.
I don't want to go round and round on this. There's no impropriety, there's no anything. I was in the middle of it. I saw what happened, I saw why it happened, and Doug then inherited issues, so we're just going to talk about it.
That's one.
No, it's not.
I got no
I'm-
issues with what anybody said. We're good.
I
So.
just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, and there is no issues. So we will speak about this. We will get an answer on the budget and other issues, and we are probably going to have to meet again. So
For the record, I made it in 30 minutes. Just want to say I was proud of that. I'm actually proud of it.
I have a question.
Nell was more animated, though.
Again, we're 31 minutes.
Sorry, I'm going to put you over your time.
No, go ahead.
So looking at, I'm on the wrong budget now. Looking at your summary of revenues and expenditures on page 1. So essentially, what you're telling us is that for 2025, 2026, you want a total budget of $5 million.
Correct, and 80% of that increase was, I think the number was 530,
But
550.
your current revenue rate, assuming we don't pull more money from the general fund, is $4.7 million. So you're asking for $250,000 more than,
You're talking about from this number to this number?
yes.
That's 500.
Right, so you have $500,000 in expenditures, and your total revenue is $5 million in expenditures, and your total revenue is $4,750,000. So you have a $250,000 budget shortfall.
274, I think that's what we, right here.
Sure, yeah, 274.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what
Yeah.
you're essentially asking for is $274,000 additional dollars.
Yes.
Okay,
To make your question simple, yes.
all right,
Everybody good?
Is that it, Jameson?
Oh, I'm
that
sorry.
is it.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
Okay. Doug, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for your time.
And Mr. Brian?
Yeah.
Ann? Thank you. Wait,
I
is
knew it
this
was gonna
it?
be.
Is this it, buddy? I'm stunned. I'm actually stunned. All right, sir.
Oh,
It's all yours.
don't come up and change mine for me?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's above my pay scale, Brian.
All right, so I'm gonna, 3 budgets to go over today. Clerk's office, the elections, and communications. We'll start with the clerk's office on page 1. Most of page 1 is salaries for the 2 full-time employees in the clerk's office, myself and Elena Farmer, and then our benefits, along with the part-time pay of our township clerk. As we go down, the main changes in this, we've got some Windows upgrades for our computers, copiers that we'll be paying for the year, and then maintenance on software. The biggest difference from this budget from last year to this year is we took that $8,000 for Diligent, which is iCompass, or your meeting portal that you guys log into for your meetings. It was in communications. I'm not sure why we ever put that in communications, so we took it out of communications and moved it to the clerk's office where it should be. So that's probably our biggest, that is the biggest expense on this. So as we move down to page 2, all our membership and dues went up in pretty much everything. Not that those are real big expenses there. So, total clerk's office, expense, we're adding $10,000 to the budget this year, which is mostly that $8,000 that came from communications and was moved over. That is election, or that is clerk's office. So let's move to elections. Elections, obviously, no election this year, so we have a giant difference in how much we're paying out to all our election inspectors. I am looking at replacing all our voting booths, those voting booths that we currently have. The first election I ever worked was the year 2000, and those are the same voting booths that we currently still own. Pretty much for the last probably 2 years of elections, each election, 2, 3, maybe 4 need to hit the dumpster. All right, they're just all falling apart on us. So we want to replace that going forward here in a year where we don't have an election. Annual tabulator maintenance, that went up $1,000. We gained 2 more tabulators with early voting, so we have to pay maintenance on those. And then the biggest expense is for 2026 election equipment. So our 10-year equipment purchase comes up in 2026 with basically the state of Michigan. So talking to our county, they've basically indicated that there's a chance that the state's not going to give us any money this time. Usually they pay the full amount for our election equipment. So they've told us that we need to start budgeting for that equipment purchase. So looking at it, if we go with a completely different vendor, this could cost us $100,000 to replace all our collection equipment. So we're going to budget $50 this year, add another 50 to it next year. If for some reason we find that that's not going to happen in 2026 because they haven't moved fast enough, we'll just keep the 50 in next year, and that we won't add the 50 till we have to. All right. But we need to at least get that budgeted and ready, because that's going to be a major expense that we're obviously by law we have to do. All right. That is elections. Final communications. All right. So our cable tech, part-time cable techs, that line item is going to move up as we are adding obviously 24 more meetings with our Bridge Commission and our Communications Commission. Also adding filming of parades, Island Fest, probably doing some film work and stuff for the toll bridge. So we've added a pretty good chunk of money to that line item this year. Besides that, moving down, we need, obviously, once we're going to start filming things, we need to add supplies, because we don't have much of anything. And then moving down, we are going to look at replacing our sound system. We've been having some issues for the last couple of years. I've been putting it off. Last year with 2 major elections, we didn't put any money into communications, so I've kind of looked at it a year where we don't have an election. This might be the time to actually filter that money over to communications. Besides the sound system, we do have a camera. The one over my right shoulder has been having trouble focusing on objects, so it just kind of pulses. So we need to have that camera looked at, hopefully not replaced, but we budgeted to replace it if that is the case. And then purchasing a backup camcorder. We have one camera currently. It is older. And in case that does break on us, we do have something to get out there and do our parades and Island Fest. And that's everything. Any questions?
Really quick, Brian.
Yeah, sure.
Just in case anybody's watching, there seems to be confusion about Code Red.
Okay.
So I'll explain my layman's terms, and you can tell me if I'm incorrect or correct me if I'm wrong. Code Red is a nationally used brand name. It's an app, if you will, to simplify it, that we utilize along with lots of other state, townships, cities, et cetera, et cetera. This is not something you can rename per se. It is a brand name.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure there seemed to be confusion about that, and
Yes, and we're pretty, and I know we've had over the last week or so, we've had a few calls go out on there, and there's been some questions about, what goes out, why it goes out. We're pretty good about talking about, does this need to be a phone call? Does it not need to be a phone call? Does it need just a text message or an email? Because we know the original intent of Code Red, people signed up because it was an emergency, app.
right.
And then we, as the township, joined in on that and added recreation and clerk's office and treasurer's office and administration. So
And you guys did that because
our fears, and the talk was, we did not want to, we wanted to make sure that we didn't chase people off by putting too much stuff out, and then the people who really needed emergency services left the app because they didn't like they were getting flooded with everything else.
Right.
So, and yeah, we did that to cost save, number one.
Right.
Police and fire were the only two splitting the cost on Code Red. We brought everybody else in from the township, which then saved them money. We were using an app that was not working well for us. I mean, I was the one putting them out, and I'd put out a push, and I'd never even get it. So I knew if I wasn't getting it, then that meant there were many others that weren't getting it also. So it was time that we needed to move on from that app.
Right. So that's what I want to emphasize is that it was a cost save, it was an efficiency, and you're getting an app that actually works. It does what it's supposed to do. And the beauty of it is all the other departments, if they so choose, are able to utilize it for their events or whatever the case is. Because what I tried to explain is that not everybody is on social media. Not everybody understands how to use the website. But what they do is have a phone, and if they get a call, even on a landline, they get that message. And I don't think that's a bad thing, because let's say rec puts out for their senior events. I know you also put it on cable, but you know, they have this opportunity to do that. So when people say, I didn't hear about it, at least the bonus is, and again, I had somebody say, well, everybody should be on social media. Well, not everybody is, and you know, I think this is a nice way to handle it. So, you know, I just wanted to put it out there.
I think once we get the commission in place, I think they may help facilitate more pushes going out from those departments to those people who did sign up for those particular departments.
Right.
Right now, we don't do a lot of that, and I think we need to do a better job of that.
Okay.
So do we have any questions on those three budgets?
I have a question about Code Red.
Sure.
So that's an annual fee, right? We don't get charged per use, is that correct?
Correct. Correct. So it's an annual fee, and that annual fee is just my portion of that. So that $750 is strung out between, I'm not sure how many.
All the other departments.
It's every department, basically.
But there's no
Who uses
additional
it.
fees if you push out extra, or push out messages, right?
No, as
pay
long
X
as we,
amount of dollars per year.
right, there is we just have to push everything out as, we have to select emergency on everything we do to make sure we don't get a cost on it. If we do a general, then we only have so many minutes we're allowed to use, if you get that.
The designation as an emergency is only internal to the app, it's not external.
Right, externally, it doesn't mean anything to anyone getting anything, but for us, when we make a choice on how it's gonna go out, we have to choose emergency just to make sure we aren't getting a cost on that. Because we do have only so many minutes we can use as a general message. Code Red knows we do that. They know all about that.
We're not
but-
the only ones.
So then my follow-up question to that is residents who use it, they have the opportunity to go in and check off certain notifications that they want. Is that correct?
Correct. At any time, they can go to our website, go to the Code Red on our website, log in with their login, change anything they want. They can take off all those check marks, or they can add check marks at any time. So
So for those who are, I guess we're concerned about some of the messages going out, they can basically adjust or create whatever they want to come from the app.
correct.
App, okay. All right, just
Yep.
want to make sure.
And
that
you
was
can
clear.
check if you want weather or not. I mean, weather alerts, because that is part of it, if you wanted them or not. So
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. So the clerk's budget doesn't show revenue stream, obviously, because it's just a general fund budget.
correct.
So maybe this is more of a question for Teresa, but so I see the general 2 mills voted, which is levied at 1.85. The general 1.85 mills allocated, which is levied at 1.2, for a total of roughly $2.5 million, which is currently all being dedicated to the police department, isn't it? So there is any funding received by a general fund department that isn't the police department is essentially like interest and fees and non-tax revenue.
So I'm gonna go through that when I do my part next. So that we get state revenue sharing, we have cable franchise fees, we have interest income, we have, actually, you know, the clerk's office does do passports.
Correct.
So that's about $8,000 in revenue.
Okay, I guess we'll get into that.
And
I
then
just
your
wanted to.
admin fees,
So
those
it pays for the
2%,
meeting.
Yeah.
those
the meeting,
2% and those 4%
Right.
to those various departments, that goes into the general fund for those departments that are charged for that.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Anything else for this gentleman?
excellent.
Been there all day.
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thanks, Brian.
Hey, thank you, sir. Okay, let's see, we have Miss Teresa. Now it's a party.
My general fund first?
Oh, thank you, ma'am. If you did, I will see it. Yes. To add.
Okay, so I oversee quite a few different things, kind of, a lot of that's left over. So I oversee the library fund, the indigent defense fund, the debt funds, about a dozen departments in the general fund, and then the up-and-coming Toll Bridge Fund. So we're going to start with the library fund. Not a big change there, but less than 2% with the increase in the property tax revenue. There's administrative expense of 4%, and then the payments to others is our payments to the Trenton Library. We have a joint venture with them, along with the city of Woodhaven, the city of Trenton, and Brownstown Township. And the total library budget for the Trenton Veterans Memorial Library is about just over $1.2 million.
0.2, 0.3 mils, something like that?
The authorized mills are 0.4 mils, and we assess 0.3 right currently. So on page 3 is the Indigent Defense Fund. This is one of those accounts that was in the escrow fund that we had to close, we're required to close out, and the Indigent Defense Fund is actually required by the state of Michigan to be in a separate special revenue fund, and the library fund was also a special revenue fund. So the township receives a grant from the state of Michigan, from the Michigan Indigent Defense Council, and then we in turn pay that to the 33rd District Court for the public defender services. So basically, it's an in and out, but it is required to be in a separate fund, and there's no numbers for 24, 25 because it was in the old escrow fund.
Is this monies that are available for use by people here with the authority, is it for the benefit of financially challenged people?
Correct. Yes. So our portion, we have a total budget of $275,300. Starting, I'm sorry. So on page 5, we have a debt fund. It was primarily used for the state revolving loan fund for our super sewer debt. The township had a huge three-phase project for our sewer system, which it actually started when I was auditing the township, and so I got to, so we made our final payment there were 3 phases. For the 3rd phase, we made our final bond payment in October of this year. So all of those are done. The township also had a judgment back in 2010 or 11, and that still has 2 payments left. If you look at the budget, the total budget of $583,438, that's the only thing that's left in this fund, and it's using prior year resources because currently we have enough money to pay the remaining 2 payments. So that will not be on the property tax bills for 2025 and going forward.
So when Teresa came in, she took a look at the fund balances for these various accounts. The scheduled levy for this was supposed to go through 2027.
2026, yes.
2026. So what she's saying is that these anticipated millage amounts will not be realized in those 2 tax bills because she has enough cash in the bank to be able to satisfy the debt. So essentially the taxpayers will have 0.9? If it's
It was 1 mil.
1 mil, so 1 mil less than what was anticipated on their tax bills because she doesn't need to levy that.
And which tax bill would they see that?
The winter.
The December's of this year.
So it was on the 2024 tax bill, and that's the last tax bill that they will see that on.
Okay, so we can.
So it would be,
Yeah, so starting with 2025, it won't be on there. And I'm looking into whether we can prepay the final payment or not. We are. Yep. Yep. So starting on page 7, these are the various sections of the general fund that have not been covered by any of the other department managers. So the first page is the general fund revenue. I do show the property tax revenue, even though, as we talked about, that is used towards the police department budget, and that's why it's shown there. The overall increase for all of this revenue went from almost 6.9 million to just over $7 million, so it was a 2.4% increase. Franchise fees have not quite met our past budgets of 240,000, so I lowered that a little bit. I'm still waiting to get the information from the state regarding any potential increases with the state revenue sharing, so I just left that the same. The general fund admin service fees, there's an increase of $246,000, and when we get to the toll bridge, that's mainly because of of adding the toll bridge fund. A small change in the estimate for the interest income. The $200,000 for the sale of property, we added that because we recently purchased the home on Dallas Drive, and the intent, the potential intent is to sell it. That's just a placeholder for that at this point. We actually don't need that to balance the budget. When we look at the big picture, the whole picture for the general fund, we actually have excess revenue of $200,000. But we wanted to put that in there. So during the current year, we purchased that residence for the back property taxes of just under $20,000.
I wanted to make sure you added that, so people don't think we purchased it and we're flipping homes.
Right.
Oh,
Right.
thank you.
Yep. We don't have any candidate filing fees for this year, and passport revenue has been pretty steady at around $8,000. The other miscellaneous income, I removed that because with the prior budgets, it was used for the sale of land, and there's actually specific accounts for that. So that's why I moved up the $200,000 to a different account. And we are not projected to use any prior resources at this point. Yes.
Before you move on to another page, I know you work for Bob, I'd like to go back up to a line here, it's 529.000, federal revenue sharing. Is that, our federal revenue sharing was $1,100?
That's not our main, yeah, we get a small portion that's actually classified as federal revenue sharing. So there are specific account numbers for that, so I've split it out. In the past, it's probably been lumped with the state, revenue sharing.
It's so small, it's
Yeah.
Federal government's they have negative money.
it probably costs more for them to issue that check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're up with the times. It gets ACH wired to us, so.
What's ACH stand for? So a lot of
Yeah, they wire it. It's wired to us, so it's electronically sent to and it's. I'm sorry.
Automatic clearing?
Yep. 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 Yeah. So page 9 and page 11 are for the 33rd District Court. I'm going to skip to page 11 first. The District Court expenditures are based on the 33rd District Court's adopted budget for 2025, and it's our percentage of that. So that is coming right from their budget. So that's about 65,000. And
So
if you
we're
go back
paying
to page
for
9 and you
them,
look
right?
at the revenue for 53.4, that's based on what we collect, like, what they collect from tickets and things like that. So we have not been tracking the last few years of breaking even.
So we get a portion of what they collect, but we
Right.
also pay because we don't have our own court system, right?
Yeah.
We pay a service to them because we're in that court, obviously.
Our percentage of the court cost is based upon the usage, and obviously we have revenue to offset that, ticket fees and whatnot, but if they don't equal, then we're in a deficit position.
Just like the library, we're not a big enough population to have our own library and court system, right? Okay, thank
Well,
you.
we only get the legal fees if we can charge them under a township ordinance as opposed to a state law.
Oh, really? Okay.
Which I think that becomes difficult also. I mean,
So I wanted to go back to the library for just a minute. So under the Wayne County Library Network, the city of Trenton receives a portion of the penal fines. And then that's incorporated in the budget, and that's how they base what they have to assess each participating city or township. So it was recently discovered that Wayne County made an error in the calculation for the last 10 years.
I'm sorry, I coughed.
So there are some cities that paid too much. There are some cities that didn't pay enough. There are one or two cities that are at the either extremes, up to the amount of $1.4 million that one library owes back.
Should we
So we
guess
fell in
who?
the middle.
As long as it's not
We're
us.
not them. We fell in the middle, and so our projected amount that the Township of Grosio would have to pay is roughly $40,000. The City of Trenton's controller has gone through their calculation. She found two errors. I sit on the board for the library as the finance director for the township, and we adopted a resolution to accept what the process they were doing, with the caveat that they have an independent auditor reviewed their corrected calculation, because if there were errors the first time,
I assume that there
how do
won't be
we
the
how do we
next.
know? So that's still on hold, but there's that potential coming up. I'm not sure when, but we do have fund balance to pay that amount when it comes.
In the library account, right?
In the library fund, you're right, exactly. Page 13. Now we're going to go through all the different expenditures for the different departments. So the first one is the Township Board, which is the budget for the 4 trustees on the board. The biggest change, we went from $50,000 in expenses down to $42,000, and the biggest change was the decrease in equipment purchase. So for the current year, because of the change in the board, I had to budget for new laptops, and so we're not going to have that expense in the next year. So I removed that from the budget for this year. So that was a 15% decrease in the overall budget for the Township Board. Page 15 is the Township Supervisor's budget. Very little change. In fact, the only change was adding telephone expense, and not that it's new, but realized in the past, it had always been recorded under equipment purchase. So I put it where it belongs. So that's just an increase of 2.7% and it's still, expenses are still just under $23,000 for that department. Page 17 is the Township Manager's expenditure budget. So the salary is one half of the township manager's salary because he also serves as the DPW director. So the other half is in the DPW budget. Very little change. The biggest change was in labor relations because the POAM police contract does expire on March 31st, 2026. So we will start labor negotiations about 6 months before that. So those expenses will fall during this year. Other than that, very minor changes. So that fund increased just under 11%, going from just over 100,000 to about 110,000. On page 19 is the finance department expenditures. The first part, overall, just very small changes, but most of them were increases. The salaries and benefits are, this budget includes myself and our accounts payable and payroll specialist. So the salary changes are by contract or the standard that for other department heads. I did increase the overtime budget from $1,000 to $5,000. My accounts payable payroll person is only one person, and there's been a lot of times where she just can't, it's very difficult to do the job within a 40-hour work week. So she is very dedicated. She was accumulating her overtime, and we finally said, you need to be paid for this. She keeps it to a minimum, but we've had, there are some, we ebb and flow, when there's not going to be elections this year, but always in the summer with the recreation department and all the seasonal people, we're constantly running accounts payable checks. Doing the credit card bills is time consuming as well. We have 18 department heads and various other township staff who have credit cards.
Non-exempt anyways, right?
I'm sorry?
Isn't she non-exempt? So you have to pay her the overtime?
I have to pay, yes, I do.
Oh.
We do, yeah. And that was not, she
Well,
was,
it was
yeah.
being used as comp time. So rather than comp time, which comp time just increases, time off, which then exasperates the problem
Right,
of
so-
work. So
Otherwise, you're just stuck, you gotta pay her regardless.
Right,
Okay.
right. And hadn't been done, but.
Yeah.
Yep.
It all made sense. And it's a legal issue too, so
Right.
even better.
The biggest decrease was the last line item for equipment purchase. I had put in the budget for there. I desperately needed different office equipment, different desk, different chair, and it was time for me to get a new computer as well. So, all that was taken care of. And increasing the conferences and workshops a little bit. Didn't realize exactly how many I really needed to take in a given year. And memberships and dues, for lack of a better place to put it. My CPA license I have to renew every 2 years, so that's coming up. Page 21 is the treasurer's office expenditure budget. So that is our cashier and our deputy treasurer / finance assistant. So those are the contract changes and the small benefit changes. Bank charges, I lowered some last year, and then it just wasn't quite enough, so I adjusted it back up this year, and other small changes. And again, we had an equipment, computer purchases this year. We're not going to have as much this year. So the overall budget went from $224,000 to $235,000, a change of just over $11,000, and with an increase of just over 5%. Page 23 is the assessment administration expenditures. So the salaries in this department is actually for our, for Margie. So,
Tim is a contracted employee, so he's in this account, but he's in consultant line item
Got a different line.
816, yes.
so very little changes. There was a total of changes of $1,300 for a 1% increase in this department.
I'm sorry, who's on line 706 then?
That's Margie.
So Margie is an assessor and Tim is an assessor. They're both assessors, licensed assessors. So when Tim's not there, Margie covers, and Margie's not there, Tim covers, and then they also deal with things together, inspections, things of that sort. So she serves as not only an assessor, but she also serves as an administrative assistant for admin, among a lot of other things. So, like for example, that house on Dallas that we're buying, there's a lot of things that need to be taken care of before that can go to market. She coordinates stuff like that. She kind of does a lot of special projects too, and always is willing to do that. So
She also prepares the L4029, which is the millage request form. She does she helps with the calculations for the recaptures for DDA and Brownfield as well. Page 25 is the Board of Review expenditures. Just one line item for their stipend. And it's usually just under $1,000 in total every year. Page 27 is building maintenance and grounds for this building. So overall, we had a decrease of $206,200. That's because during this current year, we made our final payment on the bonds for the construction of this current township hall. So another thing that started when I was doing the audit, and now we're done. Other than that, just made some small adjustments. We were able to decrease telephone and gas expense. And maintenance, we decreased some because of the new HVAC units that were put in place during this current fiscal year with the ARPA funds.
So ClearGov is on here, right? And that's
No, it's not. It's on the next one. This is just building and grounds.
Oh, okay.
So this budget decreased by $206,000 for a 54%, almost 55% decrease.
That's because the bond dropped off, is that what?
Correct. Page 29 is our professional services. So the first line item is where the ClearGov, the budget for the ClearGov software is, and that will include the operational budgeting software that we're going to use for this coming year. So we're going to spend the beginning of this year making sure everyone's trained. I've already started working with them to load all our historical information. And then they'll get us caught up for the amended budget that I'll present at the second meeting in March and this current budget. And then we can start working with it. And once everything's caught up, then I will do a small presentation and show everyone the software. And then there's a lot of training too that I have to do as well, so.
Right. This is the one I had the question on. So for our budgeting right now, was it done in Excel?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, these spreadsheet worksheets are done in Excel. The 5-year budget reports are from BSNA. So, and all of these Excel schedules are separate schedules by department.
So when we go to the new system, and I'm trying to remember when you talked about it before, but will it let you like automatically prepare executive summaries? And will it let you put footnotes? So like the questions that we ask you over and over, we can.
If I remember correctly, I believe so, yes.
Okay. Because I think that'll be really helpful.
Yep.
Yeah.
As a,
Yep, so our budget process next year will be totally different.
Funding for this, Teresa, this is spread out across the departments, correct?
Currently, it is not, because we get the 2% and 4%.
Okay, okay.
So that's what I'm incorporating, for now, I'm incorporating it under, and in that, yeah.
hey, related to Mickey's comment, do we have an Adobe Acrobat license?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all.
If you need it, talk to Brian. I think he's got the
Okay, I
license.
don't need it. I was just curious. It looks like these are printed and then scanned.
It
when they-
is.
It could just be printed to PDF.
Well, the problem is they're all individual Excel worksheets for every, like, these individual ones that I'm going through right now, they're all separate Excel sheets.
Okay.
And then the 5-year
Tabs?
budget reports are in BSNA, so I literally have to print everything, sort it, and then put everything in the right order.
So when you say sheets, just in case, you're talking about, it's one file with all the sheets?
No, it's different work.
Oh, okay, so
different
it's different
files.
workbooks, and are there multiple sheets on?
No.
Well, then I think to Jameson's point, I think you can do this, print a PDF and just save your, well, it doesn't matter now, but.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But I think you're right, I get what you're saying. You don't have to jump.
I think it would just save paper and effort, actually. And I can talk to you about it, Derek, if you like, or Teresa.
think
Well,
we
next
should-
year it's gonna
real
be
happy
totally
to
Yeah,
get
it's
rid of
gonna,
it.
now we're
Yeah.
good.
And I think
So
what
we're-
Teresa's
we're
point
like-
is, it might just be easier for her to print them off because she's got to insert all the past history. And the past history is coming from BSNA, so to keep
Yeah.
a consistent, complete package, it's probably better for her just to print it.
It makes
I
sense
see.
when you're
Yeah,
adding
okay.
all those extras in.
And with ClearGov, I've given them 5 years of history. So that's already been uploaded
Okay.
and everything, so it'll all be there. So this is the last year I have to,
I guess it's irrelevant then.
yeah.
So, okay.
But I know, I get it. I mean, when I did this last year, I even asked my sons because figure they could, they probably know something I don't. And they're like, well, no, if they're separate, all separate Excel schedules, in sheets, it's not one Excel file with the multiple tabs. And to try and change it from that, from what it is to that was, I just haven't had time to do it, so.
If I can ask one more question too, because we're going through this now, and some of us, we're going through it the first time, and you're gonna have this new system, is it possible to like do a debrief after the budget, what went right, what went wrong, what we'd like to see differently, so that when you're building this new system, like I will ask you every single year about the cell tower fund and how that's divided, because you don't remember a year later, or just different things that we're seeing on here that, would normally be footnoted, or the directions that go out to people on what they're to do to prepare their budgets.
Right.
I mean, is that something possible that we can give feedback and
Yeah.
hopefully,
Yeah, absolutely.
okay, it helps to have somebody that's new looking at it for the first time with questions. So, okay, thank you.
Okay. Auditing fees, I did get a quote from Yo and Yo for 25, 26. When you get the amended budget for this year, it's significantly higher because of the transition that happened for the year that was audited, for the year ended March 31st of 2024. But that is the general fund's estimated portion of their fee. And you did see auditing fees in some of the other bigger departments where that they would spend more time on. Our normal consultants with Budzinski and our actuary were still in a 3-year contract, and I know once we're getting close to the end of that, we want to look at doing an RFP for that, but that's not this year. So the general engineering was lowered by 215,000. So during the current year, that was used to compile our engineering costs related to the due diligence work for the toll bridge. So we're not going to have that. Same thing with the legal fees. That was increased because of the toll bridge. And then legal fees, special projects. That was just an account that was there when I started. I put it back down to where it is. It's kind of a placeholder for anything extra.
And just in case the entire board doesn't know, the costs for the due diligence associated with the toll bridge, those are eligible for reimbursement under the bond proceeds. So Teresa has basically an accounting for all of those eligible expenses, and then we'll voucher those down against basically the bond revenue to reimburse the general fund for those expenditures incurred over the past 18 months or however long.
So that's actually going to happen this year, so that'll be incorporated in the amended budget.
When does that amended come out then, Teresa?
I'm sorry?
When does the amended come out?
It'll be presented at the last meeting in March, the second meeting. So I basically I look at a current budget report, and I try and align things, particularly for the appropriations, because under state law, you shouldn't spend more than you've appropriated, and if it goes higher than 10%, then that's a finding, and we have to respond to the state. So we did this a year ago, and so a lot of things changed during the year. It'll be just highlighting the accounts that I'm recommending be changed, and I show the impact of each one. So overall, the professional services decreased by $261,000 from $412,000 to $151,000 for a 63% decrease. Page 31 is a department that was in our records, so I've just maintained it. It's for things that cover a lot of departments and just aren't spread out in each department in the general fund. So we have the retiree medical insurance. Those are retirees from departments in the general fund. And that's the medical insurance that we still pay. It also includes the Medicare Advantage that we pay for retirees over age 65. Same thing for the dental. There are some retirees that are still under age 65, so they are still on our either Blue Cross Blue Shield or Blue Care Network plans, which are high deductible health plans, and they are entitled to a health savings account. So they follow the same protocol that our current employees do as far as following the wellness program and completing opportunities, and that's how I fund their do the employer contribution for their HSAs. General office supplies, that's just Township Hall wide. No big changes. The insurance and bonds, so there's an estimated increase here, and this was with all the departments. Our policy does not renew until May 14th each year. So we are I'm just now getting the paperwork to send to our insurance agent for the renewal. But based on the increases over the last few years, I did an estimate of 10%. And the reason this shows 23% is because the estimate I used here was a 10% increase over the actual cost, not the budgeted cost. So last year we used an increase of 8%. That ended up being a little too low. And then at the end, this is another a bond where we made the final payment this year. And so there's a decrease of just over $46,000 because we won't have that anymore. So this section went from total expenses of 461,000 up to 484,000 for a 5% increase. So page 33, so that's the last department in the general fund. So page 33 is a summary of everything that we have discussed regarding the general fund. So this shows that our budget is balanced, and that includes the $275,000 shortfall with the police department. And this shows an excess right now of 200,000 because we did decide to put in a placeholder for selling the home that we just purchased.
We're balanced without taking that into account or taking it into?
We're balanced without taking that into account, so that's just extra at this point.
Gotcha.
Are there any questions on the general fund or anything else I've talked about so far?
May I ask you a random question?
Yeah.
I forgot to ask. On workers' comp, how is our workers' comp set up? I saw like a huge increase in the fire department. I don't know if that's because they doubled their staffing and you probably have to pay workers' comp even though they're voluntary.
Right. So workers' compensation, our cost is based on payroll. So every summer, they do an audit, and they request payroll information from us. So some of the increases we're still catching up from the transition year when the prior finance director left, because that request for the information came to the township in the 2.5 months between when she retired and when I started. And by the time I started, it was too late. Our workers' comp company assumed a 2.5% increase, which just wasn't enough for a variety of reasons. We had replaced the fire chief, the fire marshal, me. Zaid was new. We had a new assistant rec director. Our payroll was much higher than that 2% increase, so now we're starting to get caught up with that.
So it's experience rated,
Yeah,
right?
correct, yes.
And
we've been getting a good sized dividend return, so our cost is net of that dividend.
And is it divided by department or is it just one?
It is, because there's different workers' comp rates for different positions.
And you do have to do all the firefighters, even though that the majority are volunteers, right?
Yep.
I mean, you have to cover them, right?
Well, yeah, you have to cover everybody, yep.
Okay, so that's. Oh, yeah, they gotta be covered. So they doubled they doubled the department, so that also increased?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like an
Yeah,
opportunity to
that makes
comment
sense.
on this. I used to teach this stuff, and I sold it.
You did?
What happens is that by law, the employer is responsible for you being taken care of if there's a medical problem. And what happens is that they gather all the information from all the employees of all the different job code categories, and they come up with a rate that would seem appropriate for the coming year. Now, they do that with a 4-year scope in their vision. They let the most recent year wait. That's because there's reserves against it that have to mature to see what actual cost is. They take the other 3, and they come up with a standard rate. They then take that rate and give you an adjustment for your personal experience. In some places, if there are lots of experience that are good, might have to pay 85% or some lesser number. If your experience is not good, you might pay 110%, you see. But there are various job code categories, like she explained, and you have those within your department. You estimate what you think your payroll for the coming year will be and pay your premium on that. There's an audit. We have ours in the summer, and on that audit, you adjust. In our situation, there was a moment in time where we added a lot of payroll. It caught up with us at audit time. That's what that amounted to.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
I just wanted to ask you, do you have a number, like a total percentage of how much healthcare went up across the board for our township?
I'm sorry, how much?
Healthcare, a total percentage of how much it went up?
It went up. I do have that information.
Okay.
That's a little bit of a, it requires a little bit more explanation. So Groseal Township is under what's considered to be the hard cap. So under PA 152, which is a state law that basically says Groseal Township and other communities, local governments can't spend over a certain amount annually for healthcare coverage for its employees, per employee. And there's different allowances for single, two-person coverage, family coverage. The township has decided to choose the hard cap option. It did have the option to adopt an 80-20 split, but we chose to go with the hard cap. So to answer your question, our costs would never increase above what the state permitted the difference from last year to this year for us to be able to spend. Anything above and beyond that goes to the employee for their cost. So the only real difference we would have if it was greater than what the state allowed was if we had a different enrollment census, like we had additional employees come in, or people take coverages that were opting out, or maybe went from a two-person coverage to a family coverage, which might cost more. So to answer your question, I think the state allowance for the change in health care for the hard cap for what we could pay and were obligated to pay was like less than 1% this year, wasn't it?
It was actually 0.2%, and their hard cap amounts are based on a calendar year. So for 2025, it was actually only 0.2%, which actually, it as an employer, that helps us, but it causes more costs for the employees, is what it is.
So as healthcare rises, it falls back on the employee to pay the additional cost above and beyond the hard cap. I just want to make sure I understand that correctly.
Exactly correct.
But
Yes.
there is that bill that went through, it started in the House and got passed by the Senate, but there's some bills that are just sitting there and they're not being walked across the street to the governor to sign. So that's going to be a big deal soon, but that would change that hard cap.
Potentially, yes. And that's what I'm commenting on is for active employees. Now, retired employees, that's a different story. So.
Okay. So retired employees, and we pay for the increase, correct?
Well, depends upon what contract you retired under. So that's also requires additional explanation.
I'm looking at your summary sheet. I don't see fire department on there. Am I missing it?
This is just the general fund right now.
Okay.
You'll have the summary sheet for everybody for Monday's meeting, because after we're all done today, I'll take any changes that we have, because I have to have a draft available for the public by Friday morning. So that's what I'll be doing tomorrow, is putting the budget book together. So when you get the draft of the budget book, it won't have all these columns. It will only have the current year column. And that's the other thing I have to do, is I have to change the print format for every single Excel sheet. Can't wait till you use ClearGov.
Yeah.
So the last budget I have to present is my proposed budget for the toll bridge. So we are projected to purchase the toll bridge on March 31st of 2025. And we are required to pass a budget for next year before March 31st of 2025. So I put together this initial proposed budget based on very limited information that I had. So I don't have a lot to discuss, but I'll tell you a couple things. So overall on this initial proposed budget, I have projected revenues of $13.5 million, so what's going to happen is we already received our $21 million in bond proceeds last month. On March 31st, we will pay the purchase price of just about $14 million with all the other prorations and costs. Then we will reimburse the general fund for the due diligence costs. So that leaves us about $7.5 million to spend for the engineering costs needed to do the upgrades. And that takes up the first phase. So that 13.5 million includes 7.5 million that we actually received this year that we're gonna use next year. So when I take that off, the actual toll bridge operations, the projected revenue is just over 6 million, and that includes the additional revenue for the 2 months of closures coming up. And currently expenses of $3,561,000. So again, very limited information to work with. I also don't know how, we have 2 RFPs out right now, one for staffing and one for the operations and maintenance of the bridge. We'll go through a couple things as I go through the pages. So on page 2 for 2025, this projection is based on assessing the lowest millage rate that was stated in the ballot language, which is 1.6745 mils. The plan is to also use part of the funds from the operations to go towards the debt payment. So our first debt payment is due April 1st, 2026, and it's just a little over 1.9 million. That debt payment is higher than the other payments because we have the interest from February 13th of this year until April 1st of 2026. So we're not paying the interest until April 1st. The bridge revenue, again, I didn't have a lot to work with. And then I did a projection on interest earnings, assuming an average $8 million balance at 4%. And when we sold the bonds, we sold them at a premium. We have to amortize that bond premium over the life of the mortgage, of the bond payments, which is 30 years. So that's what that calculation is. And then using the prior year resources of $7.5 million for the engineering costs. So currently, that's what I'm proposing to start with.
Not easy to do, huh?
I'm sorry?
Not easy
No.
to do this.
No, and that's why we have budget amendments too, so.
You just watch it closely to make sure you're running there and have
So on page 3 starts the expenses. Again, estimates, there are salaries, payroll taxes, and employee benefits, because we are employing the toll bridge employees for a minimum of 90 days. This is assuming we would employ them for 90 days. About halfway down the staffing contract, again, until we get the RFPs, I did an estimate. For the bridge operations and maintenance contracts, what I did here is, we have a contractor very similar to this that we use for the wastewater treatment plant. I took their monthly bill, which is about 42,000, rounded it up to 50,000 and multiplied it by 12. So it's a starting point. And then under professional fees, there's the engineering fees that we're using the bond proceeds we got this year. Based on my past experience, I estimated some auditing fees. We used, for our administrative expense that goes back to the general fund, we used 4% of the revenue, which is the 227,000 that you saw as the increase in the administrative fees in the general fund.
Wait, what was that again?
So for all of the funds that generate whether property tax revenue or rent revenue, or regular operating revenue, we either 2% or 4% administrative expenses charged in those funds, which then goes to the general fund.
Okay, so you can charge
Yep.
that separate legal entity for the
Yep,
services.
so
you're
that would cover
providing.
some things like, like ClearGov.
Right.
And just, like in between the treasurer and the finance department, all the work with adding, taking care of their vendors, all the things with doing the payroll,
Good you can do it
things with the
'cause you're-
credit cards
yeah.
and the cash and
You're incurring the
everything.
the time and expense, so,
Yep. Yep.
thank you.
On page 4, again, just my best estimates, there is, if you go about 2/3 of the way down, there is property tax expense. The Township of Groseal it will be required to pay property taxes for 2024. We will have a prorated amount for 2024 at closing. And actually, that might, some of that will, that might actually hit some of that this year. But we will have, because we did not own the property on December 31st of 2024, we do have to pay the property taxes for 2025. So the first year we will be exempt because we're a municipality, will be for the 2026 tax year. So that's why there's an estimate for property taxes.
Pardon me, I was listening to, I heard you making some remarks about 2024.
Mm-hmm.
And I was stalling out thinking, well, we're not going to own the bridge till 2025. And I'm not,
But the 2024 taxes, the summer taxes actually go from July 1st to June 30th, and the winter taxes go from December 1st to November 30th. So
Which-
just like when you close on a house,
I'm
they
following you
count,
now.
they count the days. And so,
Oh, right.
so we'll have to pay for the days in those tax periods that we own the bridge.
Following you, Joe.
So this will be an enterprise fund. So that means the fixed assets are recorded on the balance sheet at the cost. They are not deducted directly on the revenue and expense statement, just like DPW and airport. And then we calculated depreciation, so we write off that cost over the estimated useful life of those assets. We typically, the way our budgets are done, we do it more on a cash basis than on a full accounting basis. But for this, because we know we'll have the bridge, so the state of Michigan actually found guidelines for depreciating the bridge on the state of Michigan website, which they say 50 years, so that's just taking the cost of the bridge to over, that's 1/50th of it.
2% a year.
I'm sorry?
2% a year.
Yep, yep. Capital outlay, that's just a placeholder. I'm not sure how things are going to, the timing of things during the coming year, so that's just, there's no amount there, it's just a placeholder. And then a couple more estimates, and on the last page, there are just placeholders for the coming year for the bond payments that'll be coming up. No amounts. So that is what I'm proposing to start with. Any questions?
Thank you.
I'd like to just say something if no one else has any questions.
Thanks for putting that together. I mean, it's,
Teresa, I just want to say thank you. There's, when we looked over all these budgets, and I'm going to be quick, I know it's getting late, but you can't change things unless we have somebody that finds things. And when I started in November and we started meeting, I was amazed of just what you found and how you've changed things for the better. I'm just saying thank you. People don't see what you do in that office all day. Every time I walk by, I know you don't have time for me. I have to call your secretary to make an appointment with you. But you're important, and I want you to keep working and finding. But I just appreciate, and I hope this board can understand, when you work down here, and most of the week, and see Teresa and what she's done and everything she's doing and putting this together. And I just say thank you. I'm very, very. I mean, I applaud you for what you're doing. I'm not going to go any further, but that's it for me.
Thank you so much, and I love being here, and it just, things kind of came full circle with the opportunity I had to be the finance director after spending so many years before. There was a 12-year gap being the auditor, and it's interesting seeing the things that started when I was an auditor being wrapped up, and then the new things. And we've been very challenged with the toll bridge, but no one else can say they bought a bridge. So, and I'm looking forward. I'm trying to make things. There was nothing wrong with what we did. Our processes are still very good, but it's a new set of eyes, and I think I see things that I think can be changed for the better. So.
We have to agree with Joe. You're doing an amazing job. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you. All right, you're next. Yep, I'll pull up your thing. Okay, there you go.
Oh, yeah. They're real ones, though. They're like Haribos. They're not Joe ones.
All right, so last but not least, and I won't keep you guys here too long because I know this is the last one before you guys can get out of here, so I don't want to stand in the way of getting home. I wanted to go over DPS. DPS has a variety of different accounts, which includes road, drainage, open space, bike path, water, sewer, wastewater treatment plant, and refuse. So those are all the different accounts that are under the DPS umbrella. And I'll go through each one of them very quickly, just to give you the major changes from last year to this year. So the first account is the road improvement account. The road improvement account actually has two different millages underneath it. The first one being road maintenance, which is 0.38 mils, and then the second being the newer road construction account, which is 1.4 mils. Between those two accounts, they generate about 1.4 million or so. There is a fair amount of retained earnings still remaining in the road construction account. That's where you see this $800,000. Basically, that's the remainder of the bond proceeds from the original bond issuance, and the intent is to utilize those funds this year. Underneath the road account, you have a combination of both capital work, which is associated with the road construction millage, and maintenance work that's associated with the road maintenance millage. So each year we use dust control. We're going to do that again this year. We do priority winter maintenance as far as snow removal. We're planning on doing next year the same as what we've done in previous years. You see the admin expense there coming out of those two revenue streams. Roadside maintenance, like in similar years, so we cut a lot of the roadsides with DPW maintenance staff and seasonal employees. We'll plan on doing some additional crack and joint sealing this year like we did last year and in previous years. And then the $1.3 million in road construction work. If you recall, the last meeting of the board, you guys authorized a couple of contracts for concrete and asphalt work. That's where those dollars are going to be spent in this line item, because that work will fall to the next fiscal year. Engineering is included there as well. And then we do have bond payments and interest payments for the original road construction millage bond that was taken out, I believe 2 years ago when that millage was passed. So that is the road improvement fund. Any questions there? Second is drainage. Under the drainage account, we have a millage for this as well. I want to say it's right around 0.3 mils, something like that, which generates about $250,000 per year. For the next fiscal year, we plan on doing some ditching work, as we have done in previous years, and then any anticipated projects for the upcoming year that DPS prioritizes would fall under that $99,000, which is reserved for capital improvements. We would continue to do the drainage grant program as we have in previous years. That's maintained within this proposed budget. We have a variety of different drainage engineering work that's done. Admin expense, once again, is here, and then permits and fees of $18,000. So we've done a tremendous amount of drainage work over the past 4 and 5 years. So we're taking a little bit of a break to replenish some of our fund balance because that's dwindled quite significantly since we've been doing so much work. Although we're still maintaining a reserve there just in case something should come up that we want to tackle. Any questions about the drainage account?
The grant program, how long's that been going on, Derek?
Probably 2010. Somewhere around there, 2012. Yes, it's been going on for a while. Yep. And it kind of goes up and down. I got to read this sideways, but I think it's your second line item here. Yeah, so drainage grant, 78,000, 38,000, 133,000, 32,000. We budgeted 80,000. We're at 43,000. So just because you've been issued a grant within a fiscal year doesn't mean it falls in that fiscal year, so it kind of goes up and down depending upon when people actually do the work and then submit for the reimbursement. So just to remind the residents, that's a grant that pays for 50% of drainage, of the cost of drainage work at your property, up to $5,000. And we have our engineers review your plan to make sure it will address or solve the problem, and then we inspect the work that's done, and then on top of that, you're required to put a basically an amendment to your deed that requires you to maintain that drainage improvement in perpetuity, and is transferable to any future owners of the home. So we don't allow them to just abandon the improvement. It should be maintained and is required under their deed to have that maintenance continued. So
What kind of maintenance do they need to do?
maintenance on the drainage system that's installed.
Okay,
So
the
let's say they
tiles or
put,
whatever the
yeah,
case
exactly.
is.
They put drain tile through their yard and maybe a pump, they're required to maintain that.
Got it.
And
In the line somewhere, maybe.
That, whatever maintenance is necessary to keep it operating, yep.
I understand the advantage to the township, aside from people just having good drainage in their yard, is also this can prevent storm state from overrunning our wastewater treatment plant, right? Because people will get the water moved out away from their house instead of taking it into the sewage system, which can overrun our wastewater treatment plant, cause a release, and we get fined for it.
That is correct, yep. So that is the drainage account. Open space is really overseen primarily by the Open Space Commission. DPS just occasionally provides assistance with either expenditures or invoicing or scheduling work, but the millage for this is expired, so they have no collections currently. They do have some retained earnings. They're fairly small, but they do have some planned work for the upcoming fiscal year to the tune of about $40,500. So this, for the most part, comes out of the Open Space Commission as far as what their desires are for the upcoming fiscal year.
Questions on this? He got another report and he thought it looked like he had spent over budget, but I think he might just need help going through the line items. I don't think it actually shows that, but, so he may reach out to you.
I did meet with them a few weeks ago.
He just sent me the note, I think it might even been today.
And
or-
I think I have to realign the budget because of something we've discovered during that meeting. But yeah, I'm available anytime for them, so.
Yeah, I think he just needs you to walk him through it. Yeah.
Any questions regarding open space? This is mostly like maintenance of, like if they're dead trees that are near a property line, this covers the cost of cutting those, trail markings, just general maintenance associated with the open space properties.
So we wouldn't be purchasing any new open space?
No, there's no money available really to purchase. They basically just have enough to be able to continue with some of the maintenance stuff. And that happens fairly often. You know, we'll get a phone call at Township Hall, hey, there's an open space tree on the property line that's dead. It's going to fall into my yard or fall in my house. Then we send a contractor out and they'll cut the tree down. So that's a lot of what we use it for. BPAC. So this is the bike path account, and this is not for new construction. This is basically for maintenance of the existing bike path system. We have, I think it's maybe 0.12 mils, something like that. Generates $113,000 in this proposed budget. They do have a decent amount of money in the bank, $467,000. So I had approached BPAC, and I believe that they had provided some priorities for the upcoming year. The BPAC Commission usually does that within the budget. I know that they want to do some wayfinding work, so there's $105,000 that's been put into that line item there, that's probably the biggest and most significant increase. And then the remainder of their fund balance and collections have been put into like blacktop replacement, bridge repairs, to basically just maintain or repair areas that are in disrepair along the trail system. So we'll work with them to try to bid that out. The engineers would be involved. We'd have to get a contractor out here. They would prioritize the areas they want work done. But that's the summary of that account.
So that's planned for this year then?
Yes, it's planned for this year. It's in the budget. Yeah.
I'm asking because I had 3 separate couples who used the bike path a lot, and they had concerns about it because of a lot of areas that were in disrepair. So that was a big question.
Yeah, and I would suggest that they contact Township Hall
Okay.
or contact BPAC, go to one of their commission meetings.
Yeah, I think they tried to contact BPAC, and 2 of them didn't get a response, but,
So DPS used to provide like administrative support to this commission. It hasn't probably in the past 10 or 15 years for whatever reason. It was discontinued. And that's why I kind of mentioned we were talking about commissions. There's got to be administrative support, because there isn't administrative support. It makes it very difficult, for the commission to get things done if they don't have somebody that's working 9 to 5 or whatever, 8 to 4:30, whatever we work.
and you never know too. They were emailing, so things can go into the wrong folder.
Yeah, in BPAC and admin, they'll prioritize the areas to work. So if they hear from somebody and say, hey, this is an area that's really bad, we'll go out and look at it, and then we'll prioritize that.
Well, if you guys are doing this year, I think that covers what they were asking about, because I've heard from this one of them twice now. So that's why I just wanted to understand that a little bit better.
Yeah, and I think the problem is there's about, right now, probably 10 miles of paved trail, maybe 8 miles of paved trail in Grosse Ile, and the BPAC budget just doesn't support
all of it
for long-term maintenance, right? And I think that it actually expires this year.
Yeah, I think we would have to put it on as a renewal for the.
So after this year, there will be no BPAC budget, and then maintaining the trails will just become a general fund cost, or we would have to go out for a millage renewal. So.
Yeah, and to Jameson's point, there's not enough to do what's out there, so we have to prioritize kind of what the worst areas are. So, any other questions about the BPAC budget?
So the BPAC budget could be basically completed other than the $66,290.
Well, I think that's what was reserved for this fiscal year. It's not budgeted for next fiscal year or reserve. So it would be whatever the difference is between what is spent in the upcoming fiscal year and 113 plus 5 plus 467, 585. So whatever is not spent from 585 would be whatever your fund balance is that would be available. So, and I think this year might be the last collection. So you might have one more collection after this, or no? No. So you would have to go for a renewal before the next collection, which would be December. So it would have to be November, not this November, the following. So you would collect this December. So. Okay, so on to the primary DPS accounts, which include water, sewer, wastewater treatment plant, refuse. This is just a summary page, so I'm just going to kind of go past this because all this is covered in the detail of the upcoming budgets. The first being the water account. So water revenue is derived from a couple of different primary charges on your water bill. The first one being service charges. So each home, regardless of consumption, is charged a quarterly fee as a service charge. So currently that service charge is $17.50 per quarter The proposal in this budget is to move that from 1750 to 2432. We have about 4,076 homes. So when you multiply 2432 times 4 times 4,776 units, you end up with a total revenue of $396,462, which results in about a 38% increase in the revenue, a difference of $111,142. So that is the only proposed adjustment to water and sewer rates for the upcoming year. We do have some minor revenue and sales of parts. The other aspect to your water bill is based upon your consumption. So we have about 250 million gallons that are sold annually in the township, gallons of water. We bill on a 1,000-gallon increment, so that's a unit. Our unit charge right now is $12.71 per 1,000 gallons or per unit. And that generated would generate 3.177 million dollars in a given fiscal year. Without a change and without a change in consumption expectation, you end up generating the same amount of revenue as the last fiscal year in this proposed budget. We have a minor amount of money in tapping fees. Penalties are associated with people not paying their water bills on time, so you're charged a penalty as a result. We see more penalties in this budget than we forecasted last year, so there's a slight increase there from 28 to 34,000 for a total budget of 3.6 million, which is a slight reduction as compared to last year's budget of less than, or a reduction of 2.31%. And the majority of that reduction is coming from the fact that we don't have any budgeted prior year resources in the revenue. So that would be cash coming out of the bank, going into the revenue account to help support either operations or capital improvements. So that's your big difference between the two from last year to this year. Any questions about the revenue? So where does that money go? So you got $3.6 million in revenue. So within the DPS budget, you have a variety of different line items. You have the commission, which I think they each get $25 per meeting. They're one of the only commissions that actually gets compensation that's built into the ordinance. You have full-time salaries within the department, so that's half of my salary or a portion of half of my salary, because my salary, the maintenance worker salary, the office salary, those are spread throughout the various accounts. They're spread. Do you know what the ratio is? Some in water, some in sewer, I believe, some in refuse. So.
The administration is charged 70-30 water sewer, and the workers are charged 40-40-20 water sewer refuse.
So our costs are spread throughout the various accounts that we're going to be looking at here. Okay. Those are either contractual increases or projected benefit increases that have been seen basically in all the accounts that you have viewed tonight. So everything from basically workers' comp up is all based upon census information that Teresa has based upon costs she's anticipated for the upcoming year with all the different inputs that she has available to her. No real significant changes. If they are significant or if they are slightly significant, it's going to be because there's trends. Maybe we saw additional expenditures in this year where we needed to make an adjustment for the upcoming year because costs just were coming in higher than what we had experienced, like supplies in the field. So this is like stone and pipe material, things of that sort. We're increasing that slightly for the next fiscal year. Postage, obviously postage has gone up. One significant one that's worth mentioning is the cross-connection program. We're probably going to outsource the cost of the commercial cross-connection program to a company called Hydro Designs. They do our residential program. So I don't know if all of you know what a cross-connection program is. So under state regulations, we're required to make sure that commercial and eventually residential property owners that have the risk of contamination of the water supply through apparatuses or uses in their home that could lead to siphoning of water into the municipal water supply, that they have required backflow preventers on those apparatuses that are tested and guaranteed, or basically certified by a plumber that they're functioning properly. What can happen is when you have, let's just say, a fire and a pumper hooks up to a hydrant, they could potentially suck that pipe dry. And what it actually does is, because there's no positive pressure on the water line to your home, if you have, let's say, a outdoor spigot with a hose that goes into a bucket of soapy water, it can actually siphon that water out of that bucket and into the line and into the system. And then when the pressure is restored, that contaminated water gets pumped into all the homes, poisoning people. So that is a requirement of the state, that we maintain a system or a program that ensures that people are getting those tested and certified that they function to keep that type of occurrence from happening. So there's a cost to that, and that's part of your water bill. We're pretty much done with our water asset management plan, so there's a significant reduction there. We don't have to anticipate that cost in line item 821 at the bottom there, so we've been able to reduce that. Legal fees, less because we're done with the Toby lawsuit. There's your admin expense, 4% that we've been talking about this evening. Vehicle maintenance is fairly similar. The balance of this sheet is fairly similar to what we budgeted for last year. Any questions on either of those two sheets? Oh, one thing worth noticing or mentioning is, part of our cost is the cost that we have to pay for water. So Groseal Township is a customer of GLWA. GLWA sells the water to Groseal Township as a wholesale consumer. We then pass it to our consumer as retail sales. So we have to pay for the water that we have in our pipes that we get from GLWA. There was an increase. I think everybody saw that on the news. That increase has been anticipated in this budget. The increase is going to end up costing the township right around 100, and I think that's 67 or 87, $187,000 for about a 15% increase in our wholesale water cost. So that's been incorporated into the budget. I will say, normally the township passes on the total cost of the GLWA increase to the consumer. In this proposed budget, because we actually had some reductions in expense, we didn't pass along the full increase of the GLW increase. We only passed along $111,000 of the $187,000 of the increase in cost for that aspect of the budget. So I don't want to say we're giving the residents a good deal, but we aren't doing what we normally have done in this proposed budget. So I wanted to point that out.
Water supply system. The audit showed that for every 10 employees on the payroll, they only needed 2. And what they did is they separated those people, but they were entitled to retirement. And a lot of what's in this water bill is a retirement for those people.
Yeah.
And that is going, it's programmed to keep rising for a while.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, but what's going to happen is the obligations are only going to get greater, and really not necessarily associated with GLWA's costs. It's really associated with our basically our piping. So we have an asset management plan that we're finalizing. That asset management plan is going to have a significant capital investment that it's going to suggest and recommend, and actually the state will mandate us to fund it. We have to find ways to be able to meet those obligations. And a matter of fact, at our DPS meeting next Tuesday, our engineer that we had put together the asset management plan will be presenting on that. So if any residents want to see what those obligations potentially will be over the next 20 to 25 years, be a good meeting to watch. And our job here within the community governance is to figure out the best way to to fund those obligations to try to minimize the impact to the residents and make those costs reasonable. So, that will continue to be our challenge, and, that's why we're here to try to figure out solutions that can make it all work while not driving people to the brink of bankruptcy as a result of their water bills. So anyways, page number 3, big difference there is, we had in here that 200,000, I said that was in capital reserves or fund balance that was coming over. That was for an anticipated replacement of water main over on Elba Island. That's been pulled out because we're not sure exactly when that's going to happen. So you saw a reduction there in that account, but what we did add to it was additional monies for lead service line replacements, because we have to get those completed. We have about 45 in the community. We want to try to do maybe 10 next year. So there's been some money that's been allocated for that within this fiscal year. And then we have bonds and principal payments associated with previous capital improvement projects that we've done in the past. We do have some that are maturing. So part of the strategy to fund that capital improvement plan that I had mentioned earlier will include, some of these bonds falling off. If we can use some of that budgetary capital to be able to fund additional projects, either through cash or bonding, we'll be putting a strategy together to be able to do that in the future. So 3.62 on the revenue and 3.62 on the expenditures. Any questions on the water side of the operations? Next is sewer. So, which one? Just in general, okay.
One more time.
One more time? How's that, better?
That's
Nice.
a heck of a lot better.
Okay. Okay, so the sewer account, so this is your sewer charge on your water bill. It not only funds the sewer system, so that's the piping network around the community, but it also funds the wastewater treatment plant. So you have one revenue source and 2 expenditure accounts. Overall sewer and the wastewater treatment plant, and then just this one revenue source. So within that account, you have a couple of sources of revenue. The first one being property tax revenue, a millage. That was the millage for the improvements at the wastewater treatment plant that was passed by the residents a couple of years ago. If you recall, that was a delayed levy. So this will actually be the first year that we're going to levy that millage. Those bond payments were actually paid through cash rather than millage rates. This will be the first year that that millage will actually be levied. And the reason we delayed that was to make sure that we had other millages that were falling off that this would then take the place of rather than stacking on. Sewer compliance revenue, that's pretty much just for like new sewer feeds. We do have some grant revenue that's listed in here. So if we go to the, I'm going to jump ahead here real quick. If I go to, sorry, jumped too far ahead. So if I go to page number 9, if you see this $1.9 million, so what that is a sewer lining project citywide at a total cost of $1.6 million, plus the engineering costs associated with that. So that would be the total cost for that project, $1.9 million. If you go back to the revenue side of things, we received an appropriation from the federal government in the form of a grant that will cover $1.321 million of that expenditure. So I've accounted for the full expenditure in the expense page, and I've accounted for the full revenue coming from the federal government in the revenue page. So the net result of that is something like $600,000 in the net expense to the township, and that's pretty much what you see down here in that prior year resource, okay? So you have property tax revenue, you have grant revenue, then you have service charge revenues. So we do a service charge per quarter, $55.03 per account for the homeowners, and then there is a commodity charge similar to water of 4.98 units, or $4.98 per 1,000 gallons of consumption. So that's where you derive these two revenue streams. That's where that total comes in. There isn't a proposed increase for next year, so under this budget. Is not. So these have been left open. We're going to have a conversation with the DPS commission meeting on Tuesday about the budget, but under this current budget, there is not a proposed increase in the sewer rates. We do have penalties like we had in water, interest earned, and then previous year resources, which is what I had mentioned earlier. We do have cash in bank that would come over to cover those capital improvements associated with that work that we're going to be doing. Sorry, for some reason this is jumping ahead. Remember, Teresa had mentioned earlier that we have split on salaries between the water and the sewer accounts. So everything from workers' comp on up is the split of the departmental personnel costs based upon that split. So, and everything pretty much follows the trends. We do have a little bit more in part-time temporary because we want to have some additional part-time salaries. Plus, I believe this was too low from the last fiscal year, so we're making an adjustment for that. Engineering expense, administrative expense. We do have the cleaning and televising that we're required to do by the state. Budgeted for next year, that's $250,000. That is a bit more than our previous contract from 2 years ago, which was, I believe, $150,000. So that's an actual cost based upon a 5-year contract and a bid. No, it is not. They did not bid on last year's contract. Jeez, I don't know why this keeps jumping ahead. My apologies. Page number 2 of the sewer, we talked about the grant that we were getting from the feds. That's where that cost is, that $1.9 million we talked about. And then we have the various bonds, previous bonds. Some of those mature as well. This one in 2026, this one in 32, this one in 40 for previous work that we had done. So the next account is wastewater treatment plant. So we contract with United Water. That is their contracted expense for the next fiscal year. We're scheduled to pay them $524,000. I think we have a 3-year contract with them or something like that. Sludge hauling and disposal, you guys approved that contract the other night at the board meeting. That's the actual cost for that contract. Chemicals up slightly, natural gas down a little bit, electricity about the same, maintenance at the plant about the same. Capital improvements, this is just like regular day-to-day stuff that we have to fix, or annual things that we have to fix, so we get the schedule from the operator, things that he's noticing that need to be replaced in the upcoming fiscal year, so that's been considered. And then you have the bond costs associated with the ACO work. So that's why you see that levy of the millage on the revenue page. This is where the expense is coming in. Any questions about that? Geez, I don't know why this is. All right, guys, last but not least, we have refuse. So on your water bill, you also have a refuse charge. We are not proposing an increase in the refuse charge for the upcoming fiscal year. Right now, there are the rates, shows you what we're charging the residents. We have some salaries associated with this account. We have the refuse hauling contract, and then we have the disposal expense. So that's there as well. If you remember, we entered into a contract extension with Priority. We also had them do our disposal. That disposal cost was a bit less than what we were at with Riverview Landfill, so that's been taken into consideration. So the contract revenue and the contract expense equal out, so no need for an increase for the next fiscal year. And we're right about $1 million on that revenue and expenditure. And that is it. Any questions?
Eric, you got the biggest budget, right?
I do, yes.
So are you constantly looking at ways to cut expenses wherever you can? Because utilities can price people right out of a house. So
Yeah, I mean, the account is fairly slim. I mean, we have 3 maintenance guys, 1 office, 1.5 office, and then myself. at 50% of my cost. So the department used to be about double that size, if not triple that size. There used to be a DPS manager, an assistant manager. There used to be, I believe, 2 maintenance staff that were just general maintenance staff. And I think at one point in time, you had actually had 8 DPS employees in just maintenance alone. So the staff has been reduced significantly, and anywhere that we can help to cut costs, we try. The issue is it's a very capital-intensive department, and gone are the days when you can put pipe in the ground and sit back for 100 years and say, I'm not going to touch it, I'm not going to look at it. The state's not allowing you to do that anymore. You're required to maintain and replace aging infrastructure. And I think every community is dealing with this because they're all required by the state to maintain the same standards. And I think you can probably go to Facebook and any community, page, and one of the number one complaints is the water and the sewer bills, because it never was treated that way. Everybody grew accustomed to a $50 water bill, right, per quarter. Now it's 10 times that amount, right? So it's a continual thing that is only going to get worse. I think with all these mandates for the improvements of capital, and it's going to be something that we're going to have to continually educate and maybe look at ways to maybe redefine how we bill. Your DTE and gas and electric bill comes monthly and it's $400 or $500 sometimes, especially in the wintertime, and people complain about it, but they understand that. Water is no less of a significant infrastructure as compared to water or gas. It's just hasn't been treated that way. So.
Be nice if you could bill monthly online, so you wouldn't have the cost, but.
Yeah, and that's something we might look at. And we do email billing, but the technology's got to catch up. So we have a radio read system. So to collect reads, we have to drive around the community and pick them up. Whereas DTE, they can actually pull a read from your house remotely. And then we have to input that into the system and then create the bills, so I think the technology's got to come around for the water systems to be able to get to the point where we can do what they're doing. Yep.
Hey, Derek, how does our water unit cost? Like, what did you say earlier, 12 something, 12.96 or a unit?
Yes.
So how does that compare to other communities? I'm just curious.
We're probably a bit higher, but it's partly because of the design of the community. So you take like a community like Trenton and you take the same amount of like road frontage. Let's say you have 1,000 feet of road frontage. You might have 15 homes on that stretch of road, right? Whereas Groseal might have 2 or 3 houses on that stretch of road. It doesn't change the cost to supply that water. It's not reduced by less homes on it, because you still have to run that water main in front of all those properties. So what you see in more rural communities, home or areas with more homes spread across a wider area, you have a higher water bill because it's not spread across more properties. So more dense communities usually have less as far as those costs. More rural communities usually are more. So.
Okay. Thank you. I was just curious.
Yep.
Derek. All right, Derek, thank you so much.
Thank you all for your time. I appreciate your interest.
Thank you for your work, though, on all 3 areas.
Yeah, can we go down and work
Next
in the office
Tuesday,
for a while?
7:00. It'll be interesting for those that are interested in that stuff.
All right, we are all set then.
Well,
Being a study session, the meeting's adjourned.